Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome each and every one of you who is joining with us right now from all over the world, from different backgrounds, from different countries, each and every one of you who is joining us, even if you don't speak English language, or if you are joining us from various different ethnicities, different classes, every single one of you, welcoming each and every one. And as well, welcoming all of the viewers who are joining with us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and YouTube, and as well all of these celebrated KAILAShians who are joining with us from all over the world, from the spiritual de facto embassies. Now, we are going to be entering into a divine experience, your spiritual digital experience with the divine. And perhaps you might have thought, or you might have never thought, that you could experience a spiritual realm, a different and otherworldly transformation inside of you. But it is absolutely possible through this very platform, with KAILASA and with the guidance and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, let us be introduced to the divine cosmic being whom we are delving into, deeply connecting with and offering our gratitude, Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the source of the billions and billions of universes, and it is from her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which every billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of the Big Bang and the black hole, and Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine, the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva. The first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. How to relate starts with mother. Understand that your idea to relate and your ability to relate starts with the mother. And mother is too important of a way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother is a way that you can achieve the higher consciousness. And today, out of this extreme, at most compassion that is incomprehensible and yet continuously overflowing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting as Devi Parashakti, gracing us and answering all of our questions, giving boons and delivering profound spiritual truths, ultimately giving us the experience of oneness with us, of Paramashivoham itself. So as we are going forward today, let's learn a little bit about what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a unique experience, something which perhaps you would not be able to experience from the comfort of your couch. In fact, Samadhi is oneness, and Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude and aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through a certain aspect. And darshan means to have a face-to-face with the cosmos. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. as just seeing such a being can cleanse lifetimes of karma and create a deep and lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is a powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times, just as the sun continues to radiate light. Now let's come down to the fundamental points of science of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The first is that divine cosmic beings are real, very much real. More real than you think is the four walls that surround you. They manifest from the space of KAILASA, the enlightened time-space zone, and they manifest through deities and incarnations, through the Archavataras in temples and the Nijavataras during the Bhava Samadhi Darshans. Now, Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva expresses to the Divya Sarira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, for us to experience Paramashiva. And just as an example, we're now going to see the example of the Rajarajeshwari manifesting through the Nijavatara of Devi Meenakshi. You can see Devi Rajarajeshwari seated in here in the center, where she is located in Los Angeles, in KAILASA in Los Angeles. And as well, this very deity is carved personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And on the right-hand side, you can also see Devi Meenakshi, the Nijavatara that manifested the Divya Sarira of Rajarajeshwari. The Archavatar, or the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of superconscious energy. But human beings, such as you, me, all of your friends, all of the human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level energy experiences from the Archavatar directly. The avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of superconscious energy inside of all of us. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan has a tremendous effect on you as a whole. One of the things that it does is awaken your Kundalini Shakti. That is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of the superconscious energy does many things. Among those, the two prominent ones are visibly slowing down the aging process and also improving immunity to disease. During the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor for the brain and turning into a huge conductor for superconscious energy. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. We seem to have gone back a couple of slides. Now we will understand as a little bit more about darshan and diksha later on in today's program. But let us first be introduced to the avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes. So the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan is facilitated by the mirror neurons. It happens through this physiological phenomenon which literally activates and processes all the movements or the information of the avatar. You are able to experience the very superconscious energy inside of you in this very moment. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also manifesting what is known as the Akashic reading. Akashic reading, as you might have presumed or maybe come with your own assumption, that it's not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. Beyond space, creation, the act of creating, and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. But the Akashic records are in the space dimension, so they don't have anything associated with time. There's no past, no present or future. That's why what has happened, what is happening, and what is going to happen, it's already clearly recorded and stored in the Akashic records. So in this whole experience, Devi Parashakti retrieves that file when you ask a question, and she can literally erase it. She can create the reality that you want. And we have heard from so many devotees who have had such an experience, and we'll be seeing some of the examples today as well. Now, let us be introduced to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, without whom none of us would be able to have this experience at all. A capsule pill for you to just experience enlightenment in an easy way, just for you to just swallow, and you can manifest enlightenment itself. That is what the Supreme Pontiff has contributed to the whole world with his most tremendous amount of contribution. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, and he is recognized by all of the spiritual adepts and esteemed spiritual beings of the 21st century. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the KAILASA Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, and as well the 233rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi KAILASA Sarvagna Pita, and as well the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajya, and declared as a successor of the Arunachala Sarvagna Pita by the Guru Parampara on the 24th of May in 1994, when the Supreme Pontiff was just 16 years old. And as well, you can see here Yogi Yoganandapuri, Isaki Somagal, and Mata Vibhudanandapuri, who were the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the year 1999, on exactly the day, December 31st, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission, Nithyananda Sangha, to revive KAILASA, the nation. And on the 4th of November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had consecrated the land in order to begin Adi KAILASA Sarvagna Pitam, the largest, most powerful, sprawling city for enlightenment. But at the time, it was just a dense forest, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism transformed completely as a place for enlightenment. And declared as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was as well declared as the successor of the Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvagna Pita, and the reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvagna Pita in 2007. And coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvagna Pita in 2008. Unofficially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam in 2014. You can see here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has actively revived the socio-spiritual activities, the religious activities surrounding these ancient kingdoms in Tiruvarur, in Tanjavur, in Vedaranyam, and Panchanadikulam, where the ancient lineages have been unbroken. The rituals continue to be there as they have been since the time that they have been established. And as well coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Svargapuram Adinam. You can see here a representation of Sri Lashri Aragya Tirchitramala Deshikar, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva, who established this Adinam, and today the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is running this Adinam. And as well coronated as Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Pita Koladha Math. You can see the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated by Shantavira Mahaswamigal, the predecessor of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and finally elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders in 2015 in a groundbreaking event called the Atirudra Mahayaga. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by more than 1 billion followers across Hinduism across the world. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is leading the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with 1 billion lives enriched and billions of lives continuing to be enriched through Facebook pages, websites, Instagram, through YouTube, and different initiatives on the digital platforms. And as well, with over 27 years of tireless humanitarian services and initiatives, including a free vegetarian food bank, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution, and peace initiatives as well. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also authored over 300 books, 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with more than 1,000 titles. You can get to know, you can see, and get access to to all the spiritual knowledge at books.nithyananda.org. Again, that is books.nithyananda.org. All of these books are freely available to download on this website, and you can immediately go there and explore a huge amount of knowledge the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered and made happen over 20 million copies of these books, which have been read, sold, and downloaded. He's established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. You can see some of the examples here of the palm leaf scriptures that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived. With over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on social media, you can ensure that you are continuously enriched on YouTube, KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has generated most of his views. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is respected as a commentator of all the sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. You can see here pictures from 2005 in a discourse on the Bhagavad Gita. As well, honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, who has been recognized as well by the United States Senate and the United States House of Representatives, as well as numerous senators, congressmen, mayors of different cities, as well as government officials from so many different countries across the world, as the sovereign of the Sovereign Order of KAILASA. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well has been acclaimed as the top 100 spiritually influential living beings from Watkins magazine, and as well the reviver of the Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora who are working for global peace and in order to achieve the superconscious breakthrough. The establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries, and branch universities and gurukuls, which is continuously enriching people all over the world. And finally, the establisher of the 1000 KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems, and the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagyapitas. Swamiji has done all of this and more in an incalculable, immeasurable way. But if you'd like to have a glimpse of what all the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed to the world, I invite you eagerly to go to nithyanandapedia.org. This is a Hinduism and his life's work day in and day out since his advent in 1978. Now that brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's
we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job.
Nithyananda, sorry for the technical glitch. It looks like we had a couple of technical issues. Apologizing for the delay in the program, and we'll now just get right back to you. So now let us enter into the next segment, which is the manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis, the power demonstration by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans. And I'd like to ask anyone who would like, and there's many people who do come for the program, just for the body scanning, which is a very special offering that we do for all of our viewers and all of the YouTube members. So you can now comment if you'd like a body scan. If you've already been introduced, if you already know, then you can comment now for a body scan if you'd like to. The Balasans of the Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples, will now be demonstrating the power of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary power manifestation of divine powers awakened in us through Diksha. And in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we'll be manifesting these powers of the third eye. The third eye is the cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you would normally through 2 eyes. So now let us understand what are exactly the Shaktis. In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, there's not a reference to just 1 or 2 powers, but 463 extraordinary Shaktis. And Paramashiva reveals each and every one of these in elaborate detail, reveals also that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these Shaktis. Manifesting powers is described as a system, a method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from a fundamental cognition that you are divine and you need to manifest divine, and not that you are a man and you need to reach divine. Now, there's fundamental differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Siddhis are something that you might have seen many times. Shaktis are a whole different level of manifesting powers. Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. And Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. And Siddhis manifest from manifesting tapas or penance, and Siddhis are something that might even divert you from enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. And Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis, however, they're not necessarily permanent, and they might actually divert you from enlightenment again. And Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or five cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, the pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as a 1008 living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of this civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time, sorry about that. For the first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha, or initiation by the enlightened gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. So now let's understand how we can awaken these Shaktis inside of us. Every ultimate truth or jnana mapped into your consciousness or prajna manifests as possibility and power of every being, the prajnana. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidences. One is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The Apta Pramana, the experiences of the Aptas, which are the great rishis, and the saints of Hinduism who have time tested and verified these truths. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, who is this millennium's avatar, who has the personal experience of power manifestation. And finally, we have the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the scientific experiments and the empirical evidence from observation. Yes, so Vedagamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus, and Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastra or source scripture is called Shastra Pramana. So now let us enter into understanding the power of body scanning. In the power of body scanning, it awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. Now, let me chant the Shastra Pramana or the scriptural reference to manifest the power of body scanning. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyadvante vyajyate para. The meaning says, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply from the subtlest to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, or the Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. Now, the Apta Pramana is a reference from the power of reference of the power of scanning from the life of a Siddha. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agastya Muni. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agastya Muni for healing, and Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small type of tere, or a type of frog, sitting in this person's brain. And Agastya Muni immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache, and thus he gained the name Terayar. And the Atma Pramana, of course, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, has since the very birth itself been manifesting the power of body scanning, being able to see the ailments, the diseases, the medically diagnosed issues of any person, and being able to give them the solution. And the supreme pontiff of Hinduism has healed so many millions of people as well. And this example that we have here, revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 22nd of December 2019, Swamiji beautifully says, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go to surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, the imbalances had happened and where the balances had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. So this example is where Swamiji has literally done body scanning on himself and has healed and ensured that the solution is also applied. So after Swamiji has initiated, so many thousands of people across the world have been able to manifest this power of body scanning and seen success in healing in several different ways. Now it's time we're going to be able to demonstrate to the power of body scanning for each and every one of you today. Once again, if you'd like a body scanning, please do comment now, and you can receive a scanning from a Balasant shortly. So please do comment, and you don't have to reveal any of your ailments or diseases. You don't have to reveal anything about yourself. The Balasant will scan and see, and you can verify whether that is correct or not, and then they'll scan and tell you the solution as well. So with this, now we're going to be entering into the power demonstration and be joined by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasants.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, we welcome you all back, all the viewers that are watching us. Now, let us all enter into the power of body scanning. And anybody that wants to experience the power of body scanning, you all can go ahead and comment right here under the KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And please do go ahead and comment. Leave your comment here and you can request for body scanning here. And just as all of you are requesting, just would like to remind you all that this power of body scanning is a manifestation of pure consciousness, where the space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, manifests as a power in our inner space. So this is in no way an equivalent or a substitute or an alternative for any kind of medical diagnosis or medical treatment whatsoever. So we highly encourage each and every one of you all and advise each and every one of you to kindly consult with your physician. Please take your doctor's advice before practicing or applying any of our suggestions through the third eye. So please make sure you consult your doctor before you take in and apply our suggestions. And this is a manifestation of pure consciousness. And just a reminder to each and every one of us, this manifestation will be a reminder to each and every one of us that you too can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis just through the Diksha of an avatar. So anybody that are watching us right now, if you would like to have a body scanning, please do go ahead and you all can leave a comment here, and we would request you to give your consent to us so we are sure that we can scan you. So you can say yes and you can request for a body scanning. All the viewers that are watching us, and please make sure you leave it on YouTube. Right now we are live on various other social media platforms, on various different handles, various different profiles. So please make sure you're coming to KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and in our live video, on the topmost live video, you can go ahead and leave your comment in the comment section.
So now just expand more on what exactly we're going to be doing in this power. We are going to be sitting here. You might be in any corner of the world. You might be from Malaysia, you might be from Singapore, you might be from Australia, you might be from America, you might be from Europe, you might be from anywhere in the world. Just using the power of third eye, we will be able to connect with you. Scan your body, see what is the issue which is there in your body, and share that with you. So go ahead, take a few minutes and comment in the comment section. And you can get the body scanning done for you. You don't need to tell us any other details. You just need to tell us your name and just give your consent if we can scan your body. And all we do is connect to you through a third eye. And this Shakti connects, literally goes and does the scanning of your body inside and shows us the root of the problem. So go ahead and comment.
Nithyanandam, yes, we have Shankya, Nithyanandamma. And if you're commenting, we just request you all to kindly make sure that we are having, you can acknowledge clearly that you would like to request a body scanning. So we are sure you would like to have a body scan. Yes, Ma Jenkia was requesting for a body scanning. Sure, Ma. Yes, I'll do the body scanning for you, Ma. My Jinkia, actually, it's very quick, but something impactful. Because what I saw is right now, if you see, you have indigestion issues in your stomach. What you're eating, the nutrient is not getting into your system. And I saw that there is some plastic content in your food, like a wax or a plastic content in your food, which is getting into your system and it's behaving as a very strong toxin in your body. That is why if you see very recently and very frequently, you'll have headaches. You'll not have a clean, like your stomach will not have a clean, complete cleanup. It's like you are experiencing very slight constipation type, because it is directly because of one food product that you're consuming is containing plastic or plastic like wax or that kind of substance, which is having a very severe impact on your stomach. It is causing indigestion issues, gastritis, and heat in your body, ma. This is what I saw. So you can let us know if you're able to relate to it, ma. Majenkia.
Yes, Majanki, you can get back to us in the comment section if you are able to relate to it. And I also saw every day morning have neem juice, and after that leave about half an hour gap, and after that have ginger and jeera. Just boil ginger and jeera and consume it, ma. And have a lot. Yes. So Majanki says yes.
She says yes, I ate instant noodles yesterday and today instant ramen. Oh. Actually, I just saw, observed this. If you remember, even a few days ago, someone else, when I did the scanning, I had seen something similar. I saw that plastic was there. And the person had called me back and said that, yes, they had eaten this instant noodles.
My God.
I'm just understanding, like, Ma Zenkyo, maybe you can acknowledge that, of course, there's no way that we know what you had eaten yesterday, right? But I'm just seeing what level the third eye is revealing in, then what sort of food that we are having. Like, except for
Actually, Jinkyo, immediately please take Haritaki. Do not consume instant noodles once again. This is, of course, a suggestion, ma. You can consult your physicians before following it. But precisely, like just a few days back, she had scanned one of the devotees and she saw that there was plastic in the food, and the devotee commented that they ate instant noodles. And today, when I saw the first thing, the only thing that I saw is this plastic content in your food, which is entering as a strong toxin, and I also saw it as mixing into your blood. Wow. It is causing severe indigestion issues in your system, gastritis, like I had told. So please completely avoid. It's a suggestion from our side. Please stop instant noodles. Take Haritaki. Please consume jeera and ginger water as a third eye revealed, ma, because that will digest that plastic, because I could clearly see a layer of undigested plastic in your stomach, like clearly just appeared to me. So please make sure you take this. Take Haritaki, clean your stomach. Actually, and it will take a few days of detoxification and a few days of cleaning for the content to go out. That is why, because of this plastic content, your body is having light constipation. It is not cleaning itself completely. So please do all of this. Immediately remove this and detox yourself.
I'm just seeing like how impactful this is. What is there in your stomach does affect your cognition and how much you're able to cognize also. So I'm just feeling extremely grateful to Swamiji for, in a day that, like, so far billions of free meals, organic free meals being served and continuing. Like, we have food banks across so many countries where we do every day Annadan is being done, where the food is being served for free. I understand the value of it now, like, absolutely, especially being organic, how it's been chosen, and completely organic, sattvic, not just organic, even sattvic food, where it's like without any sort of violence, and being so non-violent that it will not induce violence.
Also, in the system. Another thing is, it is amazing and it's like shocking how, like, just that one consumption of the food, like clearly I could see that layer of plastic in the
Actually, that's what happened even last time when I scanned the other person. I think she was from Malaysia, if I'm not wrong. She said that it was exactly, she had eaten instant noodles and she usually never eats that. That's why, like, moment it came, it was clear, like I could actually see a very thin layer of plastic. But the thing is, this would not even be shown in any scan or anything for you instantly. Only after a build-up, maybe we might find out. But by that time, already it affects our body, affects our nutrients, the ability to absorb nutrients, etc. So it's really amazing the way what Swamiji is doing. It is not just like 1 or 2 levels, like the contribution that Swamiji is doing for humanity, but it is impactful in multifarious ways, multifarious levels actually.
Actually, Ma Jinkia, I have a suggestion for you, Ma. I request you to record this. You can even take, use this YouTube video clipping, record it, and if you can share it as a testimonial, because we never know how many lives are getting impacted because of such kind of non-organic food. You can share your experience with body scanning. You can share how, just through the power that Swamiji has initiated, we are becoming aware of the damage that is happening to our system at much preliminary levels. So I highly encourage you to do a video, ma. Please just record at least a 2-minute testimonial and share it with us. You can email your testimonial to contact@kailasa.org, ma. Please, if you can do this will really be great. You can go ahead and record just a 2-minute video of how you experience this body scanning. You can even show, if you have a picture or something, you can show that instant noodles that you consumed yesterday and also the body scanning today. Just share it so that the world realizes how much we can heal ourselves and say what kind of a life we can live with these extraordinary powers that Swamiji is gifting to humanity.
So that shows how qualitatively and quantitatively Swamiji enhances and transforms the lives of every individual. Thank you so much, Mahajan and all the viewers that tuned in today. Now we're going to be proceeding for the further sessions, and just, of course, you might have already known this information. Just wanted to reiterate again. 20th December 2021, we have the special Rudra Darshan, where we are going to be witnessing the darshan of Paramashiva in his dancing form as Nataraja himself, witnessing and beholding the cosmic dance. So we welcome each and every one of you to join us on that day also. Save the date, and it will be at 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time. That is the time for darshan. So now with this, we are coming to the conclusion of the segment, and we're going to be moving to the next segment after a short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. And I hope that every one of you had the opportunity to be able to ask for a body scan. Perhaps you were late, or perhaps you might have missed it just by a few minutes. I'm sure that happens all the time. So you can always come back at the same time tomorrow on the same platform and ensure that you are asking for the body scan. We're really apologizing if we missed you, but you can always come back. This is happening every single day. And every single day we are able to offer this body scan. And also a reminder that you do have to be a member of the YouTube of KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel to be able to comment in the chat. So yes, we'll be now moving on into the next segment of today's program on the divine feminine consciousness. Even if we know the greatest truths about Devi Parashakti, these original verses of Devi Parashakti always remind us of the powerful cognitions of which she embodies, which she is representing, and guide us in our path to achieve the same oneness with Devi Parashakti. So now let us chant the shlokas where Devi Parashakti is described as the one who liberates us from the cycle of birth and death. Nishkroda Kroda Shamani Nirloba Lobanashini Nishamshaya Shamshayagni Nirbhava Bhavanashini. It means, O Devi, the one who is without anger, who destroys the tendency to get angry, who is free from greed, who destroys greed in her devotees, who has no doubts, who effaces all doubts, who is not involved in the cycle of birth and death, who frees devotees from involvement in the cycle of births and deaths. And the next verse. Nirvikalpa nirabada nirbeda vedanashini nirnasha mrityumatani nishkriya nishparigraha. The meaning says, Devi, who is without any modifications, as she is pure consciousness, who can never be sublated, who is beyond all differences, who destroys the sense of differences, who is deathless, who destroys the fear of death, who is without involvement in action, and who gives no gift, as everything in the universe is hers. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, Parashakti, the cosmic mother. It is from her cosmic womb which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black hole go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are in right now, and which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons and healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she says, listen humans, I am telling the truth, I will solve all sufferings, I will give goodness, I will give bliss, I am Paramashakti who blossomed as 4 Vedas, as the 4 Padhas of the Agama, which is Charya, Kriya, Yoga, and Jnana. I am your Ananda Swarupini who does all the 5 jobs as creation, maintenance, destruction, putting into delusion, liberation. I am Paramashakti who is sitting as part of Paramashiva. I am Parama Aushadha Swarupini, who gives Jnana Shakti, Jnana Siddhi, and Shakti to all Siddhars. Parama Shakti, Meenakshi, Ambha Shambhavi, Chandramauli, Ananda Swarupini, blossoming as Dasa Mahavidya, filling as the Nava Durga, being as Ashta Shaktis, living as the Saptamadars, being as 6 Kartika women, filled as the Panchashaktis, giving 4 Vedas, which are the best of the worlds, blossoming as 3 Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, and being as 2 Parama Prakriti and Parama Purusha. And again, being as Paramashiva Paramburul, which is beyond these 2, beyond 1 and beyond 2, beyond anything that never existed, beyond any remembrance, forgetting, beyond the form and formless. Paramashakti, who blossomed and blesses as Paramashiva, I came here to give all boons, to bestow all goodness, giving the 4 Purusharthas, which is Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, giving the 4 Muktis of Salokyam, Samipyam, Sayujyam, and Sarupyam, giving all the goodness, giving good grace, giving multiple punya, giving yoga along with jnana, to give all
we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. Once again, apologies for the technical difficulties that we are facing during this program. Now, we left off understanding about Devi Parashakti and the higher principles which she embodies, how she actually introduced us to herself upon one of the Akashic readings, where she revealed about literally the happening of existence itself. Now, let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. Swamiji beautifully guides us. I want to give you one sacred secret. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer. On that day, do the Panchabhuta Yoga, means apply only anthill mud on the body and take bath, not any other chemical. That is the earth element. Sorry, Ma, I think you're muted.
Apologies for the technical glitch. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues on. Drink only water. Don't eat. Don't drink anything other than water. When you come for the Parashakti Akashic reading, at least for a few hours, 10 hours, prepare yourself. Drink only water. The fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Put pure fire. You can chant the Omkara and intensify it, or the Mahavakya, or the Ajapa Ajapa. But pure fire, no food, pure fire should be encouraged.
Swamiji continues, just be in the free air, the open space, breathing the whole sky. At last, for a few hours before the session, intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. Akasha is the intense energy, just like the other bhutas like earth, water, fire, air, and the Akasha also is a pure consciousness, intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha energy in your consciousness, in you.
So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Devi Parashakti. Intensify the Akashic energy, the Chidambaram, the Chidambara Akashic space. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come to the Parashakti Akashic reading. She will give you the boons you are asking for and will fulfill your prayers. The Panchabhuta Yoga will make you receive this Parashakti, the energy of Parashakti, prepare you to receive this Parashakti's energy. So with this, I bless you all. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism concludes.
So now we're going to be entering into the next exciting segment of today's program, where we'll be delving into one of the Akashic readings that Devi Parashakti has revealed, not as just an answer for one of us human beings, but for humanity as a whole.
So out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And the answers that Devi Parashakti reveal from
Apologies for the technical difficulties. Yes, it looks like we had a few more technical difficulties. We're really apologizing for all that's happening today. And thank you so much for bearing with us as we are trying to fix these issues as soon as possible. Now, each and every one of us has been able to have the darshan of Devi Parashakti over the course of the last 6 to 7 months. Devi Parashakti has given darshan, sometimes even twice a day, answering all of our questions and helping us, guiding us continuously as we are navigating our way in this pralaya. And it's at this time that when we are facing so much due to the pralaya, that Devi Parashakti is giving us the answers from the cosmic archives, not just related to our past, present, and future, but related to the solutions for global issues that humanity is facing right now. And in the process of revealing it, she's also revealing the future that lives forth for the humanity as a whole.
Yes, so today let's see Devi Parashakti's revelations on the truth about the Pitraloka and death and liberation of the souls. First, let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the 14th of June, 2021.
சீனிவாசன், நன்றாய் புரிந்துகொள், உன்மூலம் உலகிற்கு மரணமும் பித்ருலோகமும் பற்றிய ரகசியங்கள் உரைக்கின்றேன். உனக்குள் இருக்கும் தசை நினைவு, சதை நினைவு, உயிர் நினைவு, உயிர் சக்தி, இவைகளுக்குள்தான் உன் பித்ருக்களின் எச்சமும் மிச்சமும் இருக்கின்றது. உனக்குள் பூரணத்துவத்தை முழுமையாய்ச் செய்து பித்ருக்களோடு பூரண நிலையில் இருந்து நீ இருந்த இடத்திருந்தே பிண்ட தர்ப்பணமும் பித்ரு தர்ப்பணமும் செய். அதுவே முறையான பிண்ட தர்ப்பணம், முறையான பித்ரு தர்ப்பணம். ஆதி கைலாசம் பித்ரு தர்ப்பணம் செய்திட, முன்னோர்கள் சாந்தமடைந்திட 100 மடங்கு உகந்த இடம் உன் பழைய இருப்பு வீட்டை விட. இருப்பு வீட்டு பாசத்தை துறந்து நீ இப்பொழுது இருக்கும் என் வீடான ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேசத்தை வளர்த்துக்கொள். நல்வாழ்வு உனக்கும் அமையும், முன்னோர்க்கும் அமையும். உனை மனக்குழப்பத்தில் ஆழ்த்தும் மாமனுக்கு சொல், நித்யானந்தன் வந்துதித்த குலம் முன்னேழு பின்னேழு வடவேழு இடவேழு தலைமுறைக்கும் சாத்தமும் பிண்டமும் தேவையில்லை, அடைந்தனர் முக்தி. நித்யானந்தன் நிஜாவதார சக்தி சாநித்தியத்தினால் கவலையும் இல்லை, துக்கமும் இல்லை. அத்துணை பேர்க்கும் அன்னை பரமசக்தி அளித்தேன் முக்தி. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
பூவாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது.
Yes, let's now understand Devi Parashakti's revelations from
the devotee that she was addressing.
Yes. Now let us understand Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into the English language. Devi Parashakti was answering Srinivasan. She says, Srinivasan, and understand carefully. Through you, I am telling the secrets of death in Pitruloka. For various reasons, and also based on their karmic deeds, are unable to find another body. They remain stuck in the Pitru form. The Pitrus have their own heavenly place to reside, and it is called as Pitruloka to the world. The remains of your ancestors, the Pitrus, is there inside your bio-memory, muscle memory, and bioenergy. Do completion completely inside of you. Be in completion with ancestors and do the Pinda Darpana, the rice ball offering to ancestors, and the Pitru Darpana, the offering to ancestors from wherever you are.
That is the proper Pinda Darpana and proper Pitru Darpanam 100 times. more apt place to do Pitru Tarpanam and for ancestors to be in peace is Adi Kailasa. More than your old living house. Drop the love for your old living home and develop love for my home, Adi Kailasa, in which you are living now. Good life will happen for you and your ancestors. Tell your uncle who puts you in confusion. Clan of Nithyananda, up 7 generations, down 7 generations, right 7 generations, left 7 generations. Everyone does not need Shraddham, the ancestral offering, and Pinda, the rice ball offering to ancestors. They attained liberation in the presence of Nithyananda Nijavatara Shakti. There is no worry. There is no suffering for all of them. Mother Paramashakti, I gave liberation. Do not fear.
Now, we've heard the revelations from Devi about how the remains of our Pitrus are still in our biomemory, muscle memory, and bioenergy. Let us understand these terms.
Yes. So the biomemory is where all of your cognitions, where all of your root patterns, the root cause for your instigations and reactions is stored. This is all stored in the biomemory. The muscle memory is where all of our actions, our patterns from our past actions, for example, having a cup of coffee in the morning, or the method of your reaction is stored within the muscle memory. And the bioenergy, the conscious frequency, which operates in your body. This is beyond any incompletions, root patterns, or reactionary patterns. This is the pure space of consciousness.
Yes. So now let us take a look at some of the scientific findings and the studies on how ancestral completions cause generational trauma.
So generational trauma is not trauma that is experienced just by one person, but it extends from one generation to the next. It can be taught or implied throughout someone's life from an early age. And we've seen it, as science has studied this more and more, that it can actually be passed down in your very DNA. And of course, the Vedic scientists have already known this, have already studied how it's passed down in your muscle memory and biomemory. So now let us see a little bit about what modern science has to say about this.
So trauma can have a profound effect on dynamics of the family. So we'll now be taking a look at an in-depth research to help us understand better.
So in psychiatric times, it was reported that trauma that affects one member of a family system has the potential to fundamentally change the whole family structure. It threatens to erode the very foundation of the family unit, and members may start to see each other as enemies. Trauma has a power to make or break the family. So this is just one journal which has reported about how trauma can affect the family unit. Let's look a little bit more about the current research.
This medical report shown below indicates the effects of generational trauma on children of those who have suffered. So we're seeing the effects of generational trauma and how they should never be downplayed. It says in this report that one study reported that children of mothers exposed to childhood trauma, particularly emotional abuse, had higher sympathetic nervous system activation, which might be a marker for vulnerability to anxiety compared to children of mothers and low emotional abuse.
Yes. So it should be noted that this trauma is not just passed down psychologically or emotionally or socially, but they are now understanding a little bit more about how this trauma is actually passed down through the very physiology, as they're noting how this trauma induces higher sympathetic nervous system activation. So as we stated earlier, this trauma is passed down in the very biomemory and muscle memory.
There is now converging evidence supporting the idea that offspring are affected by parental trauma exposures occurring before their birth and possibly even prior to their conception. Now, as we explore deeper into this topic, we will come to understand how biomemory, muscle memory, and bioenergy ties in with this research.
Yes, it's, as we stated earlier, it's not just a psychological thing, but as we're seeing in this research, that the trauma that has affected the parent even prior to conception has the ability to be passed down to the child. And this transmission of generational trauma from parent to child has been proved in various other studies. In 2019, an experiment conducted on mice also showed similar results.
After the experiment was carried out, it was found that even in mice, there are similarities in how generational trauma was passed down to offspring. Here's an article from Science Journal where it's talking and saying that the presence of similar biomarkers suggests that comparable pathways are operating after trauma in mice and in children. So yes, please go ahead.
So it should be noted that they're able to actually track trauma, not just, as we stated earlier, psychologically, emotionally, or socially, but rather they have actual biomarkers. Scientists have found the biomarkers to track trauma, both in mice and in humans. So this is an important factor that we should understand, as this is, as the Vedic scientists have understood this whole science and how it is actually passed down from generation to generation through the muscle memory and biomemory, and how they have given solutions for completing this trauma.
Yes.
And other research and studies have also confirmed the way in which transmission of trauma occurs, whether human or animal. And according to convention, the genetic sequences contained in DNA are the only way to transmit biological information across generations. Random DNA mutations, when beneficial, enable organisms to adapt to changing conditions, but this process typically occurs slowly over many generations. And in this study, it had tracked that it states that certain fears can be inherited through generations, and the author suggests that a similar phenomenon could influence anxiety and addictions in humans. But some researchers are still skeptical of these findings because a biological mechanism that explains this phenomenon has not yet been identified. So to summarize this, they're finding that fear has already been shown to be passed down from generation to generation, and they're also understanding that anxiety and addiction can also be passed down like this. So as we stated, but the biological mechanism has still not yet been found. So as we stated earlier, the effects of trauma or incompletions can be passed down from generation to generation in through the very biology, through the very DNA itself.
And this is obviously what Devi Parashakti had revealed, that the biomemory, the muscle memory of our ancestors is there inside of us. So there is definitely a way in us right now. There should be a way to be able to heal this as well. And as well, research and development has progressed greatly and now recognizes that even within cultures, this generational trauma exists. In a paper called Culture, Trauma, and Epigenetic Inheritance by Amy Lerner, it has been stated that it has long been recognized that the experiences of parents and ancestors influence future generations. Many cultural practices and rituals function to transmit historical knowledge and experience across generations.
Yes, and they are actually finding a link in the very DNA itself, how it can be passed down through epigenetics. So this is a very exciting and interesting new research that has been that is being understood more and more. And fortunately, the Vedic scientists have already understood this and have found the solutions. Modern science is still trying to understand this transmission of trauma or incompletions. And the only solutions which they are able to offer is through therapy or other various types of therapy which can tackle this generational trauma. And there's various types of therapy which have been used. However, the modern scientists have not fully understood this the way that the Vedic scientists have, the way that the Vedic scientists have been able to find these solutions and offer various rituals in order to heal this kind of trauma.
From time immemorial, Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, has done vast research and development in this very field, and not only identified the root cause of this, but also has provided a solution through rituals, which has been practiced even in every Hindu family till date. First, now let us see what Hinduism reveals about what happens after death and the secrets in the process of death.
Yes, Hinduism has thoroughly understood the science of death, the science of dying, and has placed great importance on this, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed these great truths. So let us understand a little bit more about this. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that when a person dies, first the soul leaves the body, the physical body, then it moves to the subtle body. They call this the Shukshma Sharira. And in the Shukshma Sharira, it stays for 3 kshanas or gaps between 2 thoughts. So the more completion, the space of completion that you have, the longer the gap between 2 thoughts will be, the less space of completion that you have, the more trauma or incompletions that you're carrying, the shorter the amount, the gap between 2 thoughts will be. So the less incompletions that you have, the longer the gap between 2 thoughts, and the more incompletions you have, the shorter the gap between 2 thoughts will be. So you can decide whether to take the human body or whether to stay without a body, or whether to become enlightened, relax, and liberate yourself, or whether you get to take any other type of janma. You will be able to choose because you have freedom. You are relaxed.
And if we have lived a restless life, we will stay only 3 microseconds in this Sukshma Sharira. In 3 microseconds, we will not have the time to choose about our next birth. We will just choose in a very haphazard way. And just whatever comes to our thought, just like that, we will choose.
Yes, so if you've lived your whole life carrying many, many incompletions, that is what you will carry into your death. And that is what you will carry when you choose the next life. You'll carry those incompletions, and in order to complete them, you will choose that type of body. And if you have lived a peaceful life, we will be able to have the time to look into our complete samskara structure. We will be able to see how we have lived this whole life.
Now let us understand our responsibility for the departed souls. Many of us would have experienced having lost a loved one. And when it comes to our parents, the tradition is that we are offering rituals on their behalf for their completion in the Pitruloka. The last rites are done to liberate the soul, to give a good farewell. Actually, if you are continuously bothering about that person, about that soul, they actually cannot journey on in their path, in their journey as a soul. It is a farewell we are giving to that soul. And just saying, yes, you have lived with us and it has been really great. Now it is time you carry on with your life. And even though we might not be able to digest it, we respect your decision.
So have you ever wondered what happens to the departed souls after they leave the body? Sometimes ancestors, based on their karmic deeds, may or may not be able to find the next body. then they remain stuck in the form of the Pitru. The Pitrus have their own heavenly place or world to reside, and it is called the Pitruloka. So when the soul leaves the body, when the departed soul leaves the body, it enters into the Pitruloka and it remains there till it finds the next body. However, if it is not able to find the next body, or for some reason is unable to take the next body, it remains stuck in the Pitruloka.
Yes. And our responsibility is to release the soul from these bondages, offering libations of water until the Jinjali to the Pitrus or the deceased parents and ancestors to satisfy and elevate them to higher spiritual planes is called the Pitru Tarpanam. This Pitru Tarpanam is done to give a beautiful farewell or release the souls from the bondages. The Pitru Tarpanam is done every single year by one of the members of the family for their parents, and it can be done by males or females as well.
Yes, and the river Ganga is considered as a river which is there in the higher lokas. It was there where the Kamandalu of Brahma means this is the energy, this is the water energy of existence. So this is one of the most sacred places to offer the Pitru Tarpanam.
Yes. And as an example, as Mahapurna Priya was saying, the river Ganga was there only in the higher lokas. And there was a king called Bhagiratha. For some reason, his fathers had been stuck in the Pitruloka, unable to take a new body. So this is how exactly Ganga came to Bhuloka, and we are now enjoying Ganga. Now we're going to be sharing with all of the viewers the story of the king Bhagiratha. So all of
Yes, and through this story, we'll be understanding the importance of offering libations to the ancestors and the significance of these rituals. So all of the ghosts of the Pitrus of Bhagiratha were living in the Pitruloka, struggling, suffering. They were not liberated. So they begged King Bhagiratha to help them in some way. And the king decided, I have to do something to liberate them.
In the Bhishma Parva, chapter 6, verse 4 of the Mahabharata, King Bhagiratha started meditating and doing penance, doing tapas towards Brahma. And Brahma appeared and gives darshan, and he says, yes, I can send the river Ganga to the planet Earth, of course, but no problem. But be very clear, can planet Earth even hold Ganga's speed? First do something for that, arrange for that, then I will send Ganga.
So then again, King Bhagiratha starts doing penance, doing the tapas. After the tapas, Bhagavan Paramashiva himself appears. Then King Bhagiratha explains, now Brahma accepts to send the river Ganga to planet Earth, but he says the whole planet Earth will be washed away.
Yes, and the King Bhagiratha requests, saying, planet Earth cannot withstand the speed of Ganga, so please do something. You have to protect us. You have to take care of us. He requests this to Bhagavan Paramashiva.
So Bhagavan Paramashiva says, all right, I will take care. Don't worry. Tell Brahma to send the river Ganga. I will take care. Then again, Bhagiratha meditates.
And now the Lord Brahma appears and said, I am ready to send, but the Devatas are not ready to depart with the river Ganga. They like to take bath in the Ganga every day, and it is their life source. Ganga is not simple water, it is an energy. By bathing in that only every day, they rejuvenate their body and mind.
Then King Bhagiratha says, all right, I will arrange all of the facilities for the Devatas to stay in the planet Earth. Just on the banks of the river Ganga, I will create cities where all the gods and goddesses can live and have bath every day and have their regular routine as they have in all the other lokas, as they have in Brahma Loka.
Then King Bhagirath comes and does tapas towards Himachala, the Himaraja, Hima Parvata, the Hima hills. And the Himaraja appears and says, "What do you want?"
And the king requests, I want you to be the host for Mother Ganga and the place where I can create a city for all the devatas. From you, only Ganga can flow. Only you can be the base on which Ganga can flow towards the planet Earth.
And then the King Bhagirath does tapas towards Devi Parvati mother, and Devi appears and asks, "What do you want?" Then the king says, "Ma, I wanted Ganga to come to the planet Earth. I wanted your father to be a host. How can he host Ganga?"
And Devi Parvati says, I am she is me. She says, River Ganga is a feminine aspect of me. I am the mother aspect of her. Then she goes to tell Himaraja, host her, and Himaraja accepts.
And then the King Bhagirath starts building the whole city throughout the route in which Ganga is supposed to travel. He meditates on every hill and takes permission. He prays to every hill. Every hill says, "Yes, I will give the way for Ganga." So the whole route is cleared.
Then he goes and prays to Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, who is in charge of the city of Varanasi. Kala Bhairava appears and says, "What do you want? Please give us the way for..." Bhagirath replies, "Please give us the way for Ganga. You should receive Ganga and give us the way."
And Kala Bhairava responds back saying, "Surely I will give, don't worry, but this is such a holy city. Tell Ganga to do the full pradakshina of the city and go. Do pradakshina of the city and go." And Ganga accepts that, Bhagavan Kala Bhairava's command, and she took the U-turn, means the Uttaravahini. She is also called Uttaravahini in Kashi. And that is why today, even in Ujjain, literally the Ganga is just taking the U-turn and going back in the direction. She's doing the full pradakshina around that holy city of Kashi. Sorry.
Yes. So then after that, Brahma comes up with the next trouble and the next problem. You meditated and propitiated all the devatas except Vishnu. Only then I can send Ganga. Then the King Bhagiratha started meditating towards Bhagavan Vishnu, and Bhagavan Vishnu appeared. What do you want? The king shares, I wanted the Ganga to come down to the planet Earth. Unless you agree, unless you give your blessings, it will not be possible. Please bless me, he asks Bhagavan Vishnu.
And upon asking this to Bhagavan Vishnu, Vishnu says, "All right, I bless you. Ganga will come to planet Earth and she will come just out of my feet." Then he gives one beautiful sentence saying, "Whomsoever who has realized the Vishnu Maya," means the universal consciousness, "whatever water comes out of their feet will be Ganga." From this word only the tradition of Pada Puja starts, and Pada Puja of enlightened beings starts from this tradition here.
And then the king again meditates towards Brahma, and Brahma appears with all his glory and compassion and blesses Bhagiratha. Then he prays to Gangama, and he does tapas towards Gangama and meditates and invites Mother Ganga to the planet Earth.
And Ganga, with all of her compassion, not only compassion, the wild energy just comes out of Brahma's Kamandalu. With all the power, she straight away started moving towards the planet Earth. The moment she came out of the Kamandalu and started moving towards planet Earth, all the 14 worlds were shaken.
And all the devatas, all the rishis, the munis, all simply, they escaped from the planet Earth and ran away because they got frightened that Pralaya is going to happen, means that the end of the world is going to come.
And such a power, they simply ran away from their world. They escaped. Now Paramashiva beautifully appears and puts his head in between the Ganga. She straightaway lands into Paramashiva's head and into the matted lock. The next thing, she gets locked into the hair itself and she is blocked from moving downward.
And here King Bhagirath is sitting, waiting for Ganga for one kalpa. What has happened? Already she has started, but not landed here. What has happened? He wonders.
And again, he meditates now towards Paramashiva. Paramashiva appears and says, yes, she's there in my head. Now what do you want me to do? Bhagirath asks, please just send her a little bit. Don't hold the whole thing. Then Shiva says, oh, is it so? All right, then just he moves one hair and just he does only one hair moves and that one gap, Ganga comes out and lands on the Himalayas.
Now we will understand the whole happening of Ganga from the dimension of a spiritual enlightenment. Actually, the whole happening is a metaphysical expression of Bhagiratha's enlightenment. First thing, Bhagiratha is tortured by the past samskaras, the engrams, that is the elders who were not liberated. Still, they are hanging around him. He is continuously tortured by the past samskaras, the engrams. So the ancestors, the Pitrus, who are still stuck in the Pitruloka, their incompletions, the engrams, are still sitting inside of Bhagiratha, even though they were generations before, they're still affecting him. So he must liberate both his ancestors, his Pitrus, and himself from these incompletions.
So the king Bhagiratha does tapas towards the creator of the whole universe. He wants the knowledge, the energy to be flooded in him, so that all the engrams will be washed away, all the engrams will be destroyed. And one more important thing is that when Ganga came, she washed all the ashes of Bhagiratha's forefathers and liberated all of them. So finally, perhaps after eons, after so many years of tapas, Bhagiratha had his purpose fulfilled.
So let us understand that Hinduism actually offers two rituals to liberate our ancestors. From this story, you can see the significance of liberating the Pitrus from all of the engrams, the incompletions that they might be carrying, and liberating them from the Pitruloka. So Hinduism actually offers two ways to do this, the Shraddha ritual and the Maheshwara Puja. So let us understand each of these in a little bit more detail.
Now, first, the Shraddha ritual. The Shaiva Shraddha is actually considered to be the most supreme of the Shraddhas. And here is the Shastric reference for the Shaiva Shraddha, which is on the performance of the Shaiva Shraddha. And it says that the ceremony which was told now is known as Shaiva Shraddha. And this type of ceremony is to be done for those who have been blessed with the Nirvana Diksha, and for those persons who had been Samayin or Putrikas. Another type of ceremony known as Rudra Shraddha is to be performed in this kind of ceremony. The names of the Pitrudevas are Rudra, Skanda, and Ganadisha, and the names of Vishwadevas are Chanda and Mahakala. For other non-initiated persons, Laukika Shraddha is to be performed. In this type of Shraddha, there are names of Pitrudevas, Brahma, Vishnu, and Isha, and the names of Vishwadevas are Surya and Yama. For all kinds of Shraddhas, 5 persons are to be invited. Out of these 3 kinds of Shraddha, Shaiva Shraddha, which is done with the employment of Shiva mantras, is extolled to be the most purifying one.
And the other ritual that allows the ancestors to be liberated from the Pitrus and for us to be liberated from the incompletions that were passed down from them is the Maheshwara Puja. The Maheshwara Puja allows for the liberation of ancestors through the living avatar. It is offered to those souls who are no longer in the body so that they can rest in eternal peace, and the real peace that any soul can experience is enlightenment.
So now With the Maheshwara Puja, Swamiji has explained in elaborate detail and answered many of our most pressing questions. So let us watch from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Maheshwara Puja.
Nithyananda.
Go ahead, ma.
Swamiji, I just wanted to share something. This is not a question, but I actually went to Badrinath to Brahmakapala to do the Shraddha, to do the Pinda Tarpana for my ancestors a few years ago. They told me I cannot do it because I'm a female, and you have to be a male, and you have to be the eldest son in the family. So they have a lot of restrictions. So it's not very easy to do those, and I think the Maheshwara Puja, it's just we sit right here and it just happens. We don't have to worry about, and nowadays the roads are not even accessible very easily to these places.
No, not only that. You see, listen, in that rituals, in the 13, anything related to the dana women can do, like a godana, budana, swarnadana, vastradana, annadana and all. Rituals, basically women are not allowed to do in the later days of Hinduism. The post-Shankara time, the all rituals were banned for women. That is the reason this rule came. Okay. But originally in the Upanishads and Vedic period, there are records, women doing Shraddha and even last rites. There are tons and tons of records and enough of records. And even the Shraddha mantra, in Shraddha mantra, where the priest asks the person who is giving Shraddha to hold the rice and the til, he addresses male and female. Please understand, he addresses masculine and feminine. And there are at least few places we have enough references and enough of evidence where women were asked to give Shraddha and participate in the rituals. Now what you are saying that in Badri it is not happening is just recent times, maybe last 600, 700 years, the male chauvinistic. That is the reason the Shraddha was stopped for women. You guys take this reference and go and do Shraddha in Badri and tell them, my Guru is Mahamandaleshwar, he has given this reference. You tell whether this sutra is right or wrong.
Yes, Swamiji.
Is this sutra original? Is this mantra original?
Yes.
He says, yes, it is original. Then allow me to do Shraddha. That's all.
Yes.
Swamiji, Pitru Doshat Kaga Pandra Puja, Maheshwara Puja is the same?
Yes, it's one and the same.
Swamiji, what if we don't have any photos or any birth time?
No, I cannot do Maheshwara Puja. You have to have either birth chart or the photo. Without that, I won't be able to offer.
Swamiji,
go ahead.
While in Kailash, with you, we paid the tarpana, whatever.
Then I think that's enough.
That's enough. Second is, when you say they will be relieved of all the, after the Maheshwara Puja, relieved of all the karmas. I thought it's only the incompletion.
Well, all your karmas are actually incompletion.
Even the past life?
Yes. Okay. Even the need for breathing is an incompletion.
No, but my question is this. In the present life, there are the incompletions, let's say. But the karma is also from the previous life with somebody else.
In the past life incompletions only, you bring it as a karma in the present life also.
With the same soul?
May not be same souls, but the carrier is the same soul. Na? See, for example, past life you would have had a fight with your husband. This life you may be having a fight with your wife. But the pattern is same as far as the recording inside as a karma.
Right, but it's like my father. I might have incompletions which I took care of in Kailash.
That's all, that's enough.
Right, but his previous Jalma, what happens to them?
I say, when in the Kailash, when we give Shraddha and all, whatever is other baggage he has, that also will melt down because we have given it in an elaborate way. Don't worry.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, you said 13 days, within 13 days if you give do Shraddha, the soul which is born will get released of all the karmas. And suppose he has taken another birth, and within that 13 days if we do the Maheshwara Puja, he will, in another body he will get enlightened and leave the body as well, or?
No, he will leave the body and he will not have karma. He will not take another one body, which means enlightenment.
Okay, but that life he
No, that body which he has taken itself will be dead.
Okay.
The child will be dead within maybe 4 or 5 days.
Even if it's a healthy baby, the moment you have done your Maheshwar Puja,
So, the milk he drank, he will digest for 3 or 4 days and that's all.
How about the incompletion that the parents have towards the
Each soul is an individual soul and their journey matters. They will have another one kid, that's all. The individual soul's journey is more important than any relationship related thing. That comes as first priority. Second only this.
Swami, ஒரு சின்ன சந்தேகங்க. What happens if the 13 days passes away?
If the 13 days is passed, I won't be able to liberate that child immediately. The further accumulation of the karma and the incompletions can be reduced. Life will be better without the influence of this load. That's all. But immediately the child cannot be liberated and all.
So if something happens, we have to do it within 13 days.
Soul will leave the body. It will not take one more birth. I'll cut the U-Haul service. Not only that, even if in the road when I am traveling, if a dead body is being taken, that's all. Anything falls into my breathing space, even without knowledge, by accident, means when I am driving, there is an accident in the road and the body is still there, means over. That fellow is liberated. He can't have one more body. Because the U-Haul service will be disconnected. My breathing space is such, all U-Haul service will be disconnected. Means the karma carrying umbilical cord will be disconnected. So that cannot survive in my breathing space.
So Swamiji, all the bodies that when we are sitting in Manikarnika Ghat,
Whole thing is liberated. Whole thing is liberated. Yes. All these fellows are liberated.
at least 40-50 were there.
More than that.
Swamiji, when I was in Hardwar, there was a sadhu who was on the bridge, and I put some money under his coat, or his blanket, and I realized that night that he was dying. So I went back the next day, and I checked on him, and he was almost dead. And when I put the mala, I took off my mala, and I put it on the top of his head. He shuddered, and he died.
It is good. It means you liberated him. You helped him to free. You put him in connection with me before he was dead. That's good. Go ahead.
Swamiji, you said the souls, even as long they're in their breathing space, they get liberated. So does that mean it only can happen in your physical presence around your breathing space?
No. In my physical presence happens. When I connect with them also, that they become part of my physical presence.
Okay, so Swamiji, let's say we have a deity which has been done prana pratishtha or your paduka which represents your presence there. So if
that will not be able to have such a strong radiation over a human being because that being has to connect with it.
Okay.
In my case, he doesn't need to connect. I myself can be actively involved in it. A deity will not actively involve. It will only wait passively and whoever comes will be gracing. The Markandeya was active. So that person who is dying, if the person is active, the deity can do the job. Go ahead. Where?
Swamiji, if a person does suicide in your physical space, then?
No. If a person commits suicide, even in my physical presence, I will not be able to help. Because it is a abusal. You are fighting against God. When you asked and He gave you the body and you destroying it is directly fighting against the cosmos. So nobody can help you.
Swamiji.
Nobody can help the person who commits suicide, even in my physical presence.
Swamiji, even animals assume a new body within 3 seconds other than human beings.
No. Animals, when they evolve only, they assume a human body. That also happens within 3 seconds.
Swamiji, if the body wants to, if the soul, which has been born in a new baby, if you have liberated it, if it still wants to hold on to a body, get a new body?
No, it won't want to. When the karma baggage is not there, it will feel free and just jump out. Who wants to be inside the body when there is no karma baggage?
Swamiji, how is it then with enlightened babies getting born? Babies, enlightened children getting born, they don't have karma, right? So why do they keep their body?
No, that is incarnations. It's not that. Normally, all the children are born enlightened. No.
Swamiji, they need karma to retain the body.
Yes.
Swamiji, in the back.
Even in our end pregnancy, we bring a possibility for enlightenment more. Babies themselves are not completely enlightened. The possibility for enlightenment is more. And they are brought up in such a way that when they grow up, they will become enlightened. That's not that they are already enlightened when they assume the body. Next.
Swamiji, I already done the Maheshwara Puja through Swamiji to my parents. Still, I want to do one more time. Can I do?
That is up to you. You can.
Thank you.
Swamiji, here. In the presence of energized padukas or deity or any object, if the person is leaving the body, can it be? Will it become less
what
painful?
I am saying, that person, if he actively connects with me, I can do, but not that his feeling connection doesn't exist. See, when it happens in my physical presence, that person's active connection is not required. I will do the active job. But in the Padukandal, that person has to be actively connecting it.
Will it be less painful for the...
Surely. Not only less painful, even liberation can happen.
Thank you so
much. If that person is actively connecting.
Thank you.
Swamiji, the children who they die within a day or two of their birth, that means are they getting liberated or they will be...
Yes, they will get liberated.
Within 13 days, because as you said that karma
they
baggage...
They won't have the karma baggage,
okay.
So immediately liberation only.
Okay, thank you.
Swamiji, I wanted to share one experience. When I did my first Maheshwara Puja for my dad, since my dad died about 10-15 years ago, I didn't do any tarpana. That was a deep guilt in me that I should have done, but I didn't do. But that was an opportunity to perform the Maheshwara Puja. When I did the Maheshwara Puja and when you put your food in your mouth, I felt that something dropped from me, a huge weight. I physically, it was like a gross feeling that something left me. Because I had doubt also. How could this be liberating my dad and all that I was having? Because only 3 kshanas you need for you to take the next body. Since he died about 15 years ago, how could that happen? And all those things was running in my mind. When I did that, I felt that this was more than what I would ever imagine to do. Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, one more question. Do the karmic laws affect incarnations the same way as they affect human beings?
No.
So incarnation can never accumulate bad karma?
No. It doesn't touch me.
Oh.
Then?
I don't know, I'm just asking because some people thought you face so much harassment and all that is not because of any bad karma.
Now you are also harassing me, what can I do? That is not because of my bad karma. I decided to be patient and answer you, that's all.
I have a question about in medicine, assisted suicide. Is that also bad?
Yes, suicide is bad in every angle. The Vedic tradition, Hinduism does not accept suicide in any form.
So even if the person's suffering, you shouldn't do that?
Even if the see, the person should be kept alive with all possible available scientific inventions, discoveries as long as possible.
And if
doctors should not do euthanasia.
Yeah.
Mercy killing, doctors should not do. At least for all my disciples, I tell you guys, even if you do mercy killing, you will be prosecuted for murder in the cosmos.
Okay.
So never ever do that.
Okay.
Never ever do that. Yes. All doctors, please do not, never encourage mercy killing, never be part of the mercy killing, don't even be a passive partner in that mercy killing process. Cosmos records it as a murder. So even if your country law accepts, cosmic law doesn't accept, so you step aside. You tell them, my religion does not agree with this. For religious reason, I will not approve or encourage, be part of it. You be very clear about it and step aside. It is straight murder. It is straight murder. Nothing can be done. If somebody is attempting suicide, that will be hanging as a ghost forever till that natural time of moving to the next body comes. Accident, he will not have suffering because he is not destroyed himself.
I'd like to participate in this Swamiji in the puja, but I won't be able to sit on the floor. Is it all right for me to sit on the chair?
You see, the Shraddha, it's a ground ritual where the food is supposed to be spread on the floor and offered. That is why.
Okay, thank you.
Sitting on the floor will be as important as I need a photograph.
Can I offer the puja to my husband's grandparents who I've never met?
Whom you never met? Yes, yes, you can offer.
I had two questions. One, is there a Hindu position on organ transplants, lung transplant, heart transplant?
The Hinduism is very clear. It accepts organ transplants.
Okay. Second, what about hospice care? If a patient is dying and wants to just take
hospice care is accepted in Hindu tradition. It is encouraged.
Okay. Thank you.
As much as possible, the patient should be kept alive.
Swamiji, how about aborted life?
Aborted life. Actually, life enters only when the baby is coming out of the mother's womb. In that 3 seconds only life enters. When the baby tastes this prana, the breathing, the breath of the world, only at that time life enters. So inside the heart beating and all is an extension of mother's heart, mother's life.
Thank you.
In one body, please understand, inside one body, two lives cannot exist.
Swamiji, there is a condition of newborn baby where the kidneys are not developed, so the lung is also not developed. So the baby is put on the breathing machine support, and the whatever 24 to 30 hours the baby was there on the support. So there is not a clear, we were unable to see whether even adding a blood pressure support medication for a low BP, whether will prolong the baby's life or not, because the lung is not developed, so the baby is going downhill on the breathing machine support, which is considered maximum for the breathing aspect.
So you have done everything best and then baby dies, no problem. But anywhere you lacked, it is murder. That's all.
We were not sure at the time whether even adding the blood pressure support medicine.
No, what I am saying, you had certain medical intelligence. With that, honestly, you supported only life.
Okay.
That's all.
Sure.
There ends.
Swamiji, one more question. The brainstem death which we certify.
Even then, the body should be kept as much as possible.
Because after the group of specialists certify the brainstem death, they actually withdraw the breathing machine support and all the medications. So, is it considered?
Even that should not be done.
Okay.
Till the heart settles by itself.
Okay.
Should be supported.
So, brainstem death is not considered a natural?
No.
Okay.
It's not death.
Okay. Thank you.
It's only a type of a karana sharira, the coma, causal coma.
So now that we've heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly about the Maheshwara Puja, let us understand a little bit more about how the Maheshwara Puja happens and how you can also participate in it. The Maheshwara Puja is Hinduism's most ancient ritual, prevalent even today. The ritual is offered in memory of a person who is no more, and Maheshwara Puja is offered by the loved ones of the deceased to bring intense completion.
During the Maheshwara Puja, the incarnations complete with the departed souls. Maheshwara Puja instantly bestows the performer with peace, completion, and emotional relief to smoothly recover from the trauma of a lost loved one.
And completion means living and acting without any hangover of the past incidents, words, actions, or memories. When you are in completion, you will remember past incidents and actions, but they will no longer have the power to cause pain or anger or guilt in you anymore. So as we learned earlier, these incompletions can actually be passed down from generation to generation if the departed souls are not completed with. If they're still stuck in the Pitruloka, you may still be carrying those incompletions from them, even though they departed many generations ago. So offering the Maheshwara Puja is the guaranteed way to complete with all of those incompletions with your ancestors, your Pitrus, and to ensure that you are living in the space of complete completion.
And during the Maheshwara Puja, your request for completion is offered in the form of bhiksha, or food to the avatar incarnation as per Hinduism, and only the avatar can trace the departed soul in the cosmos and relieve both you and that being, the departed soul, of the incompletions. And that's the most important part here, is that many pujas, shraddha ritual, will be able to complete the departed soul, and the shraddha is especially for completing the departed soul, but the Maheshwara Puja is for completing you and the pain that you might be going through, and the part of you which is also incomplete due to the connection to the Pitrus.
Just to understand a little bit more about the importance of completing with the Pitrus, the departed souls, here is a Shastra Pramana from Manusmriti, which states the importance of completion with the departed souls.
Yes, and the Shastra Pramana from the Manusmriti says, Asadhimada mavadim kritva panchamam pakshamashritaha Kankshitani pitaraha klishta anama yalvaham jalam. The departed souls wait eagerly for completion through food and water during the Mahalaya Paksha, which is a fortnight of the departed souls.
So you can offer completion with the ancestors in 3 different places. The tradition says that Bodh Gaya in Gaya, where Buddha became enlightened and where Bhagavan Vishnu's feet are worshipped, the place is well known for the energy of the Pinda Shraddha for completion with the departed soul. So this is one of the most significant places, and there are 2 other significant places where you can offer the Shraddha ritual.
And yes, so those 2 other places are Bhadri in Badrikashram. Bhagavan Kalabhairava receives Brahma Kapala, holding Brahma's skull, receiving the Pinda and offers it to Bhagavan Vishnu on our behalf. And the other is in Manasarovar near KAILASA in the Himalayas. People go on pilgrimages, they go on the yatras just to be able to offer these and go to these places and offer the shraddha for their ancestors and for their loved ones who they have lost, just because this is a very, very auspicious place to do it. And he said that the avatar is all 3 of these places: the Brahma Kapala, which is Manasarovar, the Kalabhairava's body in Bhadrikashram, and Vishnu's feet in Bodh Gaya.
And if it so happens that the departed soul has already taken the next birth by offering the Maheshwara Puja, you will be relieving them of their karmas, and suddenly the soul will start progressing in their journey, wherever he needs to progress. So the ritual is like completing the completions at both ends, and it is the blessing of an incarnation when he sits and accepts the Maheshwara Puja. So the departed soul will experience completion even if they have taken another body, and you will also experience that same completion when you are able to complete with the Pitrus.
Yes, and we also just went over, we have been introduced, many of us for the first time, with the story of King Bhagirath. And the amount of tapas that he goes through, the eons of tapas, the penance that he does, it is unfathomable, especially for us in the modern day who don't even know 1 ounce of tapas. For us, however, out of his most extreme compassion, Paramashiva has happened in the form of incarnation in order for us to liberate this very aspect, and we can offer this Maheshwara Puja. It is something that can only be done in the presence of an incarnation, and which an incarnation can actually find their soul in the cosmos and liberate them. So it's something that is extremely rare, but each and every one of us has the blessing to be able to offer this Maheshwara Puja. And the next Maheshwara Puja is actually coming up on the 19th of December. And each and every one of you can follow the link at kailasamailer.com/sevas if you're interested already for the Maheshwara Puja and the offering of the Maheshwara Puja.
Yes, and the one more thing we want to really emphasize is the significance of being able to offer the Maheshwara Puja to the avatar, to Swamiji himself, the supreme concept of Hinduism himself, as revealed by Devi Parashakti, that just by being part of the Nithyananda clan, that 7 generations up, 7 generations down, 7 generations left, and 7 generations right will be liberated, will experience completion. So offering the Maheshwara Puja at the feet of the avatar will bring immense completion for you and all of your Pitrus, all of your ancestors, and your next generations as well.
Maheshwara Puja is the offering of bhiksha, or food, to the avatar along with his monastic disciples, sannyasis and brahmacharis in the path of sannyas. In this puja, the sannyasis are treated as Lord Paramashiva himself and are offered the bhiksha and fed. You can see here in the picture one of the Maheshwara Pujas which happened in Adi KAILASA a couple of years ago, in the very presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see that all of the sannyasis are seated in the order of seniority and traditionally seated with all, like everyone's yoga valladu, the traditional dress with the banana leaf and all the 11 items in front. The Maheshwara Puja is very much observed as a sacred ritual in the Adinam, and it's always a very powerful process, especially to be a part and to be serving literally alongside, and literally because we are able to serve in this process.
Yes, and we'll understand a little bit more about Maheshwara Puja after a very short break. So we'll be understanding a little bit more about offering the Maheshwara Puja and how you can take part in this ritual.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive.
Yes, now let's continue further in our understanding about Maheshwara Puja. Swamiji has been allowing people to offer the Maheshwara Puja, giving this beautiful blessing for thousands across the world since the time that Swamiji had began his public life. And in this video now, we're going to see a couple of glimpses from the earliest Maheshwara Pujas, the earliest recorded Maheshwara Pujas that Swamiji has been a part. And actually there's references, there's even testimonies where Swami Amma, Swamiji's biological mother has shared how even her own biological father has conducted the Maheshwara Puja with Swamiji would be a part even at a very, very young age. So these are the earliest recorded photographs that we know from the word of mouth of the biological mother of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, that since a very young age, since even before birth, the whole family, this has been a huge tradition that we are carrying forward now.
Yes, and over the last 27 years, billions of beings have actually been liberated through the Maheshwara Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's just get a small glimpse of some of these offerings.
Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda. Ajam Nirvikalpam Nirakaramegam Niranandamanandam Advaita Purnam Param Nirgunam Nirvisesham Niriham Parabrahma Rupam Nityam Bhajema. Ajam Nirvikalpam Nirakaramegam Niranandamanandam Advaita Purnam Param Nirgunam Nirvisesham Niriham Parabrahma Rupam Nityam Bhajema. Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda. Gunadita Madhyam Chidananda Rupam Chidavasagam Sarvagamyatagamyam Muninde Parupam Magasambaresham Parabrahma Rupam Nityam Bhajema. Gunadita Madhyam Chidananda Rupam Chidavasagam Sarvagamyatagamyam Muninde Parupam Magasambaresham Parabrahma Rupam Nityam Bhajema. Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda. Jagat Karanam Karana Jnana Rupam Suradigam Sugadim Gunesham Nityam Jagat Vyapinam Vishwavandyam Suresham Parabrahma Rupam Nityam Bhajema. Jagat Karanam Karana Jnana Rupam Suradigam Sugadim Gunesham Nityam Jagat Vyapinam Vishwavandyam Suresham Parabrahma Rupam Nityam Bhajema. Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda, Guruve Namostute Nithyananda. Rajo Yogato Brahma Rupam Hridiknyam Sada Karya Shaktam Hridachindya Rupam Jagat Karanam Sarva Vidyanidhanam Parabrahma Rupam Nityam Natasma रजो योगतो ब्रह्मरूप
Yes, with that glimpse into the years of Maheshwara Puja, now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been continuously offering, just over the last 2 years, twice a month, for every Amavasya and Purnima, the Maheshwara Puja, in order to attend to the increase, the drastic number of deaths and the loss of lives across the world through the calamities, through wars and their casualties, and even through the, of course, the pandemic and the diseases that are ongoing right now across the world. So with this, there is a heavy burden on the whole world. The amount of negativity that is happening, that is being added continuously due to the suffering of so many people and the souls and so many souls. So that is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously conducting the Maheshwara Puja and making it available to be offered.
Yes, and it is not just human beings, but other animals and creatures have also been offered liberation and completion through the Maheshwara Puja, through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And tradition says offering food to the avatar is equal to feeding 10,000 hungry people. And the best place on planet Earth to give the Pinda Darpanam, the food for the departed souls, the completion with living and those who left the body, is the stomach of a sannyasi. That is the Jataragni, the digestive fire, the hunger fire of a sannyasi is the best fire into which you can offer the Pinda Darpanam.
Yes, and in the Soma Shambhu Paddhati, Shraddha Vidhi, Shloka number 3, it says that Lingino Brahmanadhyascha Shraddhiyaha Shivadikshitaha, which means the sannyasis and brahmanas who have been initiated into the Shivadiksha are eligible to be appointed as the representatives of Pitrus in the Shraddha.
And the Shraddha, the ritual offering to the departed souls, reaches the Pitrus, the departed ancestors, directly. The Maheshwara Puja is 1,000 times greater than offering any Shraddha, any Pinda, in any river, any water body, any lake, any holy land, any holy place. The reason being the sannyasis intend only to have enlightenment, having renounced all other desires and needs. So serving them with intention of completion brings about the same effect in the departed soul and helps them attain enlightenment and helps them to merge with the cosmos.
The tradition says that just one morsel of rice offered and served to an avatar liberates 7 generations up, 7 generations down, the heredity of the Maheshwara Puja participant. Those many extra morsels of rice fed bestows that many kalpas, or 1 kalpa is equivalent to 4.32 billion human years of life in KAILASA, in the space of an enlightened master to the participant. Such a beautiful, beautiful way that you can spend your life and literally your entire existence.
Yes, so you can see the significance of offering the Maheshwara Puja to the feet of the avatar, and only in Kailasa you will be able to have this experience and opportunity twice a month.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally receives the bhiksha and the food offering, and using the astronomical chart or a provided photograph of the departed, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brings completion to not just the unfulfilled emotional verbal commitments, but also anything that you might have been insensitive to them about. So you can see some of the pictures here of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism mixing the rice and the items of the Maheshwara Puja. And then on the right hand side, you can see all the people who are offering the Maheshwara Puja. And the boards that you are seeing are the photographs of the departed souls which Swamiji sees, and during the Maheshwara Puja, as he is partaking the Diksha, and liberates those souls.
Yes, and many people have experienced intense completion after offering the Maheshwara Puja and have been able to see the effects of this in their everyday reality, their very reality, immediately. So now we'll be hearing from a devotee who offered the Maheshwara Puja, who experienced immediate completion and was able to manifest a job immediately after offering the Maheshwara Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Nithyanandam. I'm grateful for this opportunity to share a few words about Swamiji, about my association with Swamiji. I think back in 2008 or 9, I landed up on a YouTube video of Swamiji. And ever since that time, I think I could not even stop watching the videos because of the effect they had. It just basically opened up worlds of wisdom that is based on Hindu scriptures. And in general, basically, I did have some gurus and some masters alongside my journey, and I think I was looking for answers for several of my growing years. But the moment I saw Swamiji and I got associated to his teachings via YouTube, I think almost that settled a lot of things in me, and I know that I don't need to look for anything else. Then I started being associated with Swamiji in one way or the other, by just being a part of several of the programs, and also meeting him in person. Back in the day, Swamiji used to offer programs that we could actually sit at his feet and learn from the master. So I was exposed to that teachings back in something like 2014 or so. I think I did my first IA as well, and just before that, a few years before that, the several impossibilities started breaking. They made no sense to me because basically I used to keep some limitations and not attempt anything. And even though I knew that there was some potential in me, I could not have the courage. I could not have the mindset to attempt. The moment Swamiji showed a path in several programs and opened up several energy centers through direct initiation and also the teachings, I started looking for solutions. First time, I think after IA, I remember that he blessed me with a job, and he said, "Oh, you did not get a job still? Okay, by this date you will get it." And I could not believe that just the day he mentioned, though this job was supposed to happen, it happened just on the day that Swamiji mentioned and with the highest payment. So back in the day, I was a little bit worried about the money part and all that. So And after that, also I started exploring my other opportunities, which I've kept, in the background and was not attempting. So I bought a franchise. Several things that that I wanted to do earlier in my life started opening up, and my relationships and several other areas. I remember in one of the IAs, I actually met with an accident, and Swamiji literally took care of me as a baby for about a few weeks, and I was completely everyone around me was surprised how I handled it so well. I mean, I said it's not because of me, because I knew that Swamiji was working in the background to handle that. It was one of the spinal injuries, so pretty serious in the normal context, but the way I could come out of it, and I'm absolutely very well functioning in health. And recently I performed Maheshwara Puja, which I've been delaying a lot, and I did not know there are some breakthroughs that I need, that I was looking for, and after Maheshwar Puja, I can tell you that just within the next 24 hours or so, I landed up in another salaried job, though I was not looking for it, another 10-20%. I mean, I'm just saying that the faith and connection with the Master is something that I value and cherish all my life, and I just landed up in two different unknown things opening up because of the Maheshwara Puja that I performed. And anytime if I'm also looking for solutions, I pray to him. I talk to him every day at home. I have the Atma Murti, and then I close the door or just talk to him. And also I experience very solutions in the form of his teachings come to me, surface automatically when I just remember him or pray to him for solutions. So thank you, Swamiji Nithyananda.
What a wonderful sharing from Sri Murthy Adhuri Ayya from the United States. And I even heard it just today. I was speaking to one devotee who also had a certain breakthrough from the recent Maheshwara Puja. And she was saying that for 6 months she was dealing with a certain issue, and she was continuously asking for it. Somehow she was just praying for it. This was what she wanted to manifest into her reality, but in no way could she able to get this manifest in her life. Suddenly she just offered the Maheshwara Puja, and just 2 days later she got exactly what she needed, like exactly what she was paying for 6 months. For this whole year almost, she was like, this was on her head, this was like really burdening her and pulling her down and making her feel as though she was stuck, she was not able to do anything. But she just offered the Maheshwara Puja, and it was a breakthrough for her. So understand that when we offer the Maheshwara Puja, Swamiji takes care of our unknown patterns inside of us, something that is stopping inside that we are not able to understand, and we are not able to cognize. We might not even be able to see with our whole consciousness what it might be. It might be completely something that is not even related to us as well. It has to do with our ancestors. So just the liberation of the ancestors can move so many things and simply make that breakthrough happen for us. And we have heard so many stories. Really, it's astounding the way that people share, are outpouring their sharings on just how breakthroughs manifest through Maheshwara Puja. If you have ever...
Yes, many devotees have shared that they have experienced completion with these unknown incompletions, which they have been carrying for many years, and they couldn't find the root of them. After offering Maheshwara Puja, they were able to experience this completion with these unknown incompletions. So the Maheshwara Puja is one of the most auspicious offerings to make at the feet of the Supreme Pontifical Hinduism, and to experience complete completion with all of your Pitrus. So now let us understand a little bit more about Maheshwara Puja and some of the common questions that people have. So one of the questions that many people ask is, can we request Maheshwara Puja for anyone? So yes, you can request Maheshwara Puja for anyone. KAILASA will conduct the puja on behalf of for anyone in your family who has either had a natural or unnatural premature death. So they cannot be living in the body still. They must have departed and be no longer in the body. Otherwise, you cannot offer the Maheshwara Puja for anyone who is living in the body still.
Yes, and another question that is commonly asked, what do you need to offer the Maheshwara Puja? So the only thing that you will need is a photograph of the departed soul or the astrological chart of the departed. So the astrological chart you can generate online very easily. You'll just need the time, the date of birth, and the place of birth. So the time and the date of the birth and the place of the birth of that person.
And another common question is, can you offer Maheshwara Puja for a soul which has committed suicide? And yes, this answer to this question is yes. Only Maheshwara Puja can bring that departed soul to rest in peace. If you have any close family or friends who have committed suicide, the Maheshwara Puja will bring great help to that soul in their journey.
And many people also ask, what is the difference between Shraddha and Maheshwara Puja? In Maheshwara Puja, completion is both for you and the departed soul, so their next journey is free of karmic baggage. Maheshwara Puja can be conducted only in the presence of the avatar who can connect to the departed soul in the cosmos. So yes, as we were discussing before, the Maheshwara Puja has so much of benefit for you specifically as a person who is offering and your life ahead of you.
Yes, and another common question is, can we request Maheshwara Puja for ourselves? So yes, KAILASA does accept requests for the Maheshwara Puja for Yes, so KAILASA does accept requests to conduct the Maheshwara Puja for individuals, and you need to note that you can only offer Maheshwara Puja for yourself. If you are still, for anyone who is living in the body, only you can offer for yourself. You cannot conduct Maheshwara Puja for anyone else who is living in the body still, only for those who have departed.
So if you have a question or you want more information, you can always place your request and KAILASA service will reach out to you. You can place a request, and you can also register for the Maheshwara Puja at kailasamailer.com/sevas.
Yes, and another common question that many people have is that Maheshwara Puja is mainly offered for the departed souls, but how will it have an effect on the person who is offering this? And basically, Maheshwara Puja, more than the departed soul, the component which they have left inside of you will get completed. So understand, for example, if somebody's father has left the body, that father will already be in another body if he had a natural death. But the incompletions that he has left with you will still be with you, and that suffering will still be with you with that same pattern in this new life. In the Maheshwara Puja, when this part of him is completed, suddenly he will be complete with those patterns, and you will also experience that completion.
Yes, and what is the significance of doing the Pinda Tarpana through an incarnation? The first thing is that an incarnation is a space of internal completion. Physically, mentally, spiritually, he is a space of completion. Offering the Pinda through him means the Maheshwara Puja is literally completing with your Pitrus, because when he accepts or receives the Maheshwara Puja given by you, for those moments he is the direct representative of the Pitrus. Yes. And another question that's commonly asked is somebody is asking Swamiji, who has said a person passes away and the being immediately takes another body. But here we do prayers for that being. The being will be celebrating his or her birthday. How will it help if we do the prayers over his death simultaneously? Swamiji beautifully answers all the last rites you do and the celebrations you do, the prayers you do. Everything is not just for that soul. It is for your own completion with that soul. You carry a lot of incompletions with beings that have left. So you need to do completion again and again with that being. It's a time you sit and do completion with that being. The incompletions you carry with your parents is the Pitru dosha. So the person who leaves the body immediately takes another one body. And whatever you give, the Shraddha, the Pinda Tarpana does not reach him, it completes you. So that is a beautiful answer to many of your questions, and I hope that each and every one of you can understand now the importance of Maheshwara Puja, especially what Devi Parashakti has revealed also tells us the importance and significance behind offering the Maheshwara Puja. So now it comes to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. I'd like to remind all the viewers, if you are interested in Maheshwara Puja and offering the Maheshwara Puja, the next Maheshwara Puja which you can offer is on December 19th, Indian Standard Time. And you can stay tuned for the updates as well if you follow and like on the various different social media platforms of the Supreme Court of Hinduism. And we'll now be moving on into the next offerings of the next segments of today's program.
Actually, before we enter into the next segment, we'll just be watching another sharing from a devotee who experienced the benefits of Maheshwara Puja, and then we'll be hearing a little bit more about the various offerings, including Maheshwara Puja. So we'll be watching this beautiful sharing and entering into the next segment very shortly.
大家好，我的名字叫梁冰飞，我是 Paramashivoham 课程35期的学员，从第36期开始，一直在课程关怀组做志愿者。我想跟大家分享我在11月4日，做了 Maheshwara Puja 为祖先超度的仪式之后的一些感受。在 Paramashivoham 课程中，我学到了根源模式圆满的科学，也做了很多相应的练习。尝试寻找了自己的根源模式。我自己是3岁，我的亲生母亲去世，一直我的家人就会说我是一个很可怜的孩子，因此我也一直会认为我的最爱的妈妈已经离开我了，所以我是一个不被爱的，不被这个世界接受的一个孩子。虽然我的家人其他的家人也给了我很多的爱，但是我可能就经常是感受不到，经常会还是觉得很匮乏。在日后的这种生活啊、学习、工作当中，还有自己建立自己的家庭之后，这种模式经常会出来困扰我，经常会要不断的去求关注、求爱的这样的一个人。在这个根源模式的圆满的科学当中呢，去圆满去释放那时候的对妈妈失去妈妈的那种恐惧不安的情绪。几次尝试之后，我也确实感到了内心有很多圆满。在和别人说起这件事的时候，以前我都会经常是掉眼泪嘛，然后之后就发现自己不会哭了。我就认为自己可能是真的是圆满了。我要去准备超度仪式的这个填写资料的时候，我发现呢，我找不到我妈妈的照片了。这个情绪，这个事件出来的时候，我是非常难过的，因为我又有内心的那种无力感。当我想去做一件事情的时候，原来还有这么多事情我做不到。我这么想为我母亲做超度，但是我却找不到她的照片，这种很深的无力感又涌起来了。又发现啊，我原来这个我曾经认为我的这个圆满还没有做，还有很多不圆满。所以我请求 Swamiji 帮我拿走这个业力，帮我圆满我的这个内心的无力感。然后这时候呢，就有一个同修师姐，我跟他说了这件事，他跟我说你可以去问问你妈妈的朋友。然后我突然就想到了我认识的一个我妈妈的朋友，我还有他的微信号， 我就马上去联系了他，然后他也马上给了我回复。他那里还有那种就是黑白的，几十年前的那种大合影的照片，他是我妈妈的小学同学，大合影的照片里有我的妈妈的样子，我觉得这一切都是上师的安排，他让我知道我有这样的，还有这样的不圆满，让我愿意去臣服于上师，让他去帮我拿走我的不圆满。同时我也感受到了上师的爱和同修的爱，他们会帮助我圆满我的这些无力感。接下来我想讲一下我在参与完马哈瓦拉普加超度仪式之后的一些感受。在当时仪式的时候呢，我其实是有感觉到有一些能量的进入，我也一直在向上师去请求拿走我这个内心的无力感，圆满我内心的模式。当天呢，我参加完超度仪式之后，我走出家门的时候，我就发现自己的身体呢就轻盈了很多，就是从未没有的那种轻盈感，我也觉得很神奇我觉得可能是业力被拿走的那种感觉，就是这样的轻盈感吧。我在去星巴克买饮料的时候呢，我得到了一个这个1赠1的一个幸运问卷，就是随机的1500人或者1000位顾客里面会突然蹦出来这么一个，就是很随机的。虽然只是显化了一杯饮料，但是我会觉得自己是一个很幸运的人。当天晚上呢，我也一直感觉到自己呢是已经是非常被治愈，已经一直在一个圆满空间里。我当时就鼓起勇气跟我先生说起了斯瓦米吉的事情。在此之前，我一直都不敢告诉他我在跟随尼辛亚南达大师学习的事情。因为什么呢？是我觉得我是对自己不够有自信，我怕他认为我是误入邪教啊。每当他问我的时候，虽然我家里也已经摆上了斯瓦米吉的像，但是然后我就会告诉他我在学习瑜伽，这是我的瑜伽老师。我也并没有跟他讲我在具体的还在学什么。但是在超度仪式之后呢，我就突然有一股很大的勇气。我跟他说我在跟随尼辛亚南达上师学习的事情呢，以圆满的空间跟他交流。然后我先生跟我说他觉得这是一件好事。然后我觉得自己这么多天这种就是不安啊、不自信啊，就是自己的幻象。我其实没有必要这么纠结在自己的这些内心不自信上面。通过跟我先生的这个交流呢，我也突然感到自己的这个内在空间有了很大的扩张。我曾经呢也认为我有一份全职的工作，然后还要参与志愿者的工作，然后还有自己的家庭，还有孩子要照顾啊。我觉得自己怎么会有那么多时间和精力呢？这真的是不可完成的、不可能的任务。我经常就是陷在这种时间的无力感里，然后我也是经常在这个手账上去记录一些自己的日程啊，然后就会越来越发现自己的时间的匮乏。但这次参加完超度仪式之后，我明显感觉到自己内心的空间的扩张。我也会觉得事情是有很多事情，但是我只要拿起责任去一件一件的完成，所有的事情都会很顺利的解决。如果你看到这个视频，也会对马哈巴拉普加超度仪式感兴趣的话呢，欢迎和志愿者联系。感恩大家，尼天南当。
Nithyananda, dear viewers. We all heard about the Maheshwara Puja, the significance of Maheshwara Puja, and how Maheshwara Puja brings a beautiful completion in us and in the departed soul. And I have a very, very, very interesting testimonial to share with all of you on what really happened in the life of one devotee as he offered the Maheshwara Puja for his wife. And this happened in the year 2014. All of you must listen to this. It's a very, very, very interesting sharing, and it's a very interesting experience for me just to witness what happened. So this is the inner awakening that happened in May 2014 in Varanasi. So one of the participants of that inner awakening, it is his story. Of course, he has his consent that we have shared this. But of course, I'm going to keep the name of the participant, I'm not going to share the name of the participant, but this is one of the participants in the May 2014 inner awakening. And the participant had given the consent for us to share, so I'm going to share this. And we will invite the participant himself to come and share his experience very soon. So this participant was pretty elderly. He was, I think, maybe in the 60s to 70s. His wife had died 2 years prior to the inner awakening program. So around 2012, his wife had passed away, and they didn't have any children. So they basically lived as if, they are like for each other, right? So the wife took care of the husband took care of the wife. So they were living like that. And then when the wife passed away in 2012, the husband felt really lonely. The only person that he was living with also died, and he was feeling lonely, and he was terribly missing his wife. So as he was looking for what to do, and he was feeling very lonely, he heard about one of the priests in Chennai. He was from Chennai. He heard from one of the friends or relatives that there is a priest who connects with the departed souls, like he channels the departed soul. And he was so elated because he finally could talk to his wife. So he went to that priest, and he wasn't sure whether it was something believable or not. So he went to that priest, and so that priest basically channels the souls that have left the body. And when so basically he can interact with the priest as if he's talking to his wife, and the priest will respond. So he wanted to basically check. So there was 2 silk saris that were left in the house that was new. His wife's new 2 silk saris. He wanted to know, he was very fond of them. So he wanted to give off those silk saris to the people whom she had in mind. So the first question that he asked the priest who was channeling the wife's soul, he asked, to whom do you want to give these 2 silk saris to? And the priest replied, as if he was replying as his wife, in the wife's language, he replied, give one to my sister-in-law, which is the husband's sister, and give one to the Mariamman temple close by the house. And these were after knowing his wife for so many years, he knew very clearly that yes, it was a very authentic answer, because that's what even he had thought that she would want, but he wasn't very sure. So he was very happy that he was able to communicate with his wife, and his pain and his anguish started reducing a little bit. And he used to go and frequently meet with this priest and interact with his wife, and he was kind of feeling some solace. So this happened, and then in 2014, he came for the Inner Awakening program in Varanasi. Varanasi is the land of Kala Bhairava, the land of Vishwanatha, and the land of liberation. Anybody who dies in Varanasi achieves mukti. Avimukta Kshetra, it is called. So he came to Varanasi Inner Awakening, and in that Inner Awakening, we had the Maheshwara Puja. And so the Maheshwara Puja was happening there, and this devotee participated in that Maheshwara Puja. Then he gave the picture of his wife, and how Swamiji connects with the departed souls and liberates them. So Swamiji connected, accepted the Maheshwara Puja, and he blessed all the participants. And then this devotee, when he went back after the Inner Awakening, he was curious. So he wanted to go back and talk again, connect with his wife's soul through the priest. And so this time again, after the Inner Awakening, after performing the Maheshwara Puja for his wife, he went back again to find out. So he went and spoke to his wife, spoke to the priest as if he's talking to his wife. And he said, he just asked how you are doing. He didn't tell anything that he went and attended the inner awakening. He didn't tell that he performed a Maheshwara Puja. He did not tell anything. All he did was he just went and he spoke to the priest and as if he's talking to his wife and asked, how are you doing? The first response that came from the wife was, I have reached the feet of Paramashiva. The wife's soul responded through the priest saying, I have reached the feet of Paramashiva. This devotee was shocked because he never told anything. And then the wife's soul pointed at the Kantamala, the Rudraksh mala that he was wearing. She pointed at Swamiji's picture here and he said, Swamiji gave me darshan. He gave me darshan and liberated me. Like pointing at Swamiji's photo, the priest was telling, he gave me darshan and liberated me. And for now, the devotee did not need anything more. He was so happy that, that his wife has reached the feet of Paramashiva and has been liberated. He did not tell anything about Maheshwara Puja, about Swamiji. The wife doesn't even know about Swamiji. She has not met him. But directly the wife's soul told that he gave me darshan. I have reached the feet of Paramashiva. Here you can see the pictures of the inner awakening and the Maheshwara Puja that happened in Varanasi in 2014. So this was the very same Maheshwara Puja that the devotee participated and he offered the Maheshwara Puja. You can see the pictures. How beautifully the participants get to sit in front of Swamiji as Swamiji mixes the Pinda Prasada, the food offering, and he gives it to all the sannyasis. And the Swamiji and all the monastic disciples, whoever were there in Varanasi at that time, all of us, we will sit on either side. One side male, the sannyas order, the male side, and then the sannyas order, the female side, we will be sitting as channels of Swamiji and, accepting the Maheshwara Puja. And Maheshwara Puja is basically an offering of food to Swamiji and all the monastic disciples. So here you can see the various pictures from the Maheshwara Puja. So then this devotee, what he did not stop there. So what he did is right after he spoke to his wife and the wife told that, I reached the feet of Paramashiva, Swamiji gave me darshan and liberated me. So right after that, he came back. Immediately he came to Bridi. And I was there at that time and I was connecting with him as an inner awakening participant, saying, Ayya, how are you doing and how are things? And he said, Ma, I have a miracle to share with you. So then Ayya shared the miracle with me. And I said, why don't you share it with Swamiji himself, Ayya? Tomorrow morning we were having the darshan, the Sarva darshan. Because every day when Swamiji is in Birdi, we used to have satsang, and right after the satsang, all the devotees can go up on the stage and meet and have the darshan of Swamiji. So then what happened was, he went up on the stage and he met the next morning after the satsang, he went up on the stage and he met Swamiji and he told Swamiji, this is what happened. And right after the Maheshwara Puja, I went and spoke to my wife's soul and she said, Swamiji gave darshan and Swamiji liberated her. Thank you so much, Swamiji. And then Swamiji said, yes, that what your experience, what you're saying is true. And Swamiji also said, but don't go back and disturb that soul again. Leave that soul in peace. And then this devotee asked Swamiji, can you just go one more time just to tell that I will not be coming back anymore? And Swamiji said, all right, but do not go and disturb that soul. That soul has been liberated by me. And then this devotee went and I think one more time, I haven't spoken to him. I didn't ask him specifically, but I guess he would have probably gone one more time and completed. And he experienced a beautiful completion. A beautiful completion, because for him, even though so he didn't have any children or he doesn't have any other family member, like a close intimate family member, it was only his wife and him. And when he heard about how by offering the Maheshwara Puja, his wife's soul got liberated, he was so happy. He was so happy and he really, felt so much of gratitude for Swamiji, because this is something that he could have never ever imagined, right? We go through millions of births and deaths, and we go through so many situations in our life and so many births. And how do we know that we are come out of this whole cycle of birth and death? And the best thing that we can do to a departed soul is offer the Maheshwara Puja. If you have in your family anybody who committed suicide, or they had an untimely death, like they died very early, or they had an accident, or they died, or if they even if they had a natural death, right? In any of these cases, you should offer the Maheshwara Puja for that soul. And we have the next Maheshwara Puja coming up on the 19th of December. Just in a couple of days, we have the next Maheshwara Puja. So if you have not yet offered, never miss an opportunity to offer the Maheshwara Puja and receive the blessings for the departed souls, and let those souls move on their way to Mukti, to their way to liberation. And as we all may be aware, Swamiji came live last night to bless and to receive the Purvanga Puja, the day one of the Purvanga Puja of the Nithyananda Utsava. We celebrated as a 21-day Brahmotsavam, Nithyananda Utsavam, the eternal celebration of KAILASA. And as we are celebrating the 45th Avatar Day celebrations, and the Purvanga Puja started yesterday, and Swamiji blessed all of us as the Nithyananda Utsava Purvanga Puja started. So during the Nithyananda Utsava, you get an opportunity to feed an incarnation. During the time when we are celebrating the advent of the avatar on the planet, for Swamiji to have assumed a human body for the superconscious breakthrough for humanity, and to bless us all and guide us all as a guru, continuously guiding us and moving us forward in our life, removing our sufferings, our pains, and our patterns, and just being there and not giving up on us, just offering our gratitude. You get an opportunity to feed an avatar. Who would miss this opportunity? So there are multiple reasons why somebody should offer the Maheshwara Puja, a very beautiful ritual to liberate the departed souls, and to get the punya of offering the food and doing. Swamiji said the Maheshwara Puja is equivalent to doing a personal seva. As per the Vedic tradition, offering that food to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, especially during the Avatar Day, the celebrations, and during the Jayanti, let's all come together. Every one of us can offer Maheshwara Puja, and just for the blessing of being able to feed an incarnation. What a blessing it is, to be able to offer food and to Swamiji, and for Swamiji to partake that food, and for you to just see that the food you offered has been partaken by Paramashiva, who is the indweller of each and every one of us. So you are offering to him who is inside each and every one of us. So you are offering to the whole cosmos. It is equivalent to feeding the whole cosmos. So I invite each and every one of you to come and offer the Maheshwara Puja if you have not yet. And if you have already offered also, you can always offer once more. And on the 19th of December, you can register for the Maheshwara Puja by visiting the website www.kailasavela.com/sevas. And just wanted to share one more story from Mahabharata on the importance of feeding an incarnation. As you all may be aware, in the Mahabharata, the Pancha Pandavas, after the dice game, Pancha Pandavas lost all their kingdom and they were to be in exile for 12 years. And at that time, they were to be living in a forest. So in one such occasion, as Pancha Pandavas were living in the forest, sage Durvasa, he is known to be a sage, very highly evolved sage, but he is known for his short temper. But it always ends in, he gets angry, but it always ends in something good, right? But the sage Durvasa had come to the place, the hut where the Pancha Pandavas were staying. He said, I am here with 50 of my disciples. We are going to a nearby pond to take a bath. And when I come back, we will be having the food in your place, and then we will be continuing with our journey. Saying so, Durvasa left. Sage Durvasa left. So Draupadi, who has to, now it is her responsibility to ensure she feeds all 51 people. She looks around, she has nothing in her house. Nothing, no groceries, no vegetables, no fruits, no ingredients are there, no items are there for her to cook. Now she is already panicked. Already we have lost our kingdom. Already we are in exile. How much more, things can get worse for us. And now the sage is going to come. What a great sin it will be that if you are not feeding a sage and his disciples, we will incur so much of a sin. I don't know. We are already in so much of trouble. What to do? She's thinking. And, she experiences a beautiful Sakabhava with Krishna. connects with Krishna as a friend. So she just calls Krishna. And as we all know, the Parandama who's eternally there, he just appears. And he says, Draupadi, what happened? And Draupadi is so happy seeing Krishna, so relieved. Says, oh Krishna, you came at the right time. I have nothing to cook for sage Durvasa. And he is now going to come after taking a bath in the pond, this thing nearby river. What am I going to do? How am I going to manage him? If I tell anything and if he gets angry, it will become much worse for us. Please do something. Then Krishna says, why don't you look around and see if any food is left? She says, what you are saying, I've been looking at it, nothing is there. He says, no, just look, even if a little bit something is there. So she opens all the vessels, every vessel is empty and totally beautifully cleaned and kept. And in the last vessel, there is one grain of rice sticking in the bottom. So Krishna says, give me that. So then he takes that one grain of rice and just puts it in his mouth. And the Bhagavatam beautifully records, as Krishna puts that one grain of rice in his mouth, every sentient being in the cosmos, every sentient being in the cosmos, every living being feels fulfilled. Their hunger has been satiated and they feel so full as if they have had a huge meal. Every living being in the cosmos feels that fulfillment of hunger. Just one grain of rice going into the mouth of the avatar. Now imagine Draupadi could give only one grain of rice. We could give a full meal to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, offer the Maheshwara Puja, and your food offering will be accepted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. What a big blessing it is. You get to feed and see, Annadana is considered the highest form of dana. And you are doing that to an offering of a food to an incarnation is equivalent to doing Annadana to the whole cosmos, because when the avatar partakes that one morsel of food, or he just puts the food in his mouth, every living being experiences that satiation of hunger. So it's a very, very, very beautiful opportunity and a blessing, biggest blessing. And now, especially now during the Nithyananda Utsava. So invite every one of you, if you have not yet participated in the Maheshwara Puja, or if you have participated, let us all offer the Maheshwara Puja and enjoy with the avatar. On the 19th of December, you can register for the Maheshwara Puja by visiting the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So go ahead and register immediately, and we will be sending you the details on how to go about to complete your registration. Go ahead and register, and you can offer it on the 19th of December. So with that, we will now be moving on to presenting to you about various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. How do we connect with her? How do we experience Devi Parashakti? After a very short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background you will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are in
Nithyanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. So in this segment of the program, we are going to be sharing with you about the various offerings that we have for Devi Parashakti. And joining me in this segment is Ma Nithyananda. Nithyanandamma.
Nithyananda Maria.
So what are the various ways that we can connect with Devi Parashakti and make our offerings to Devi Parashakti is what we are going to be sharing now.
Yes, and the first offering we have is the E-Hundi offerings, where we can offer any token of gratitude, any kanika to Devi Parashakti as our expression of love and devotion. And Devi is described as Bhakti Priya in this verse from the Lalita Sahasranama. It says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. And the translation of this verse, it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. And in this verse, Shambhavi is the consort of Lord Shiva. Sharada Radhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is described as Sharva in his earth form, and Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness on her devotees. So you can make your offering of love and devotion to Devi Parashakti through the E-Hundi offerings, which you can offer in multiple currencies and any amount of your choice. And you can register for these offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
The next offering that we have for Devi Parashakti is offering of the Sankalpa. Sankalpa means the conscious resolution. The reference from the Saundarya Dhari, the meaning of the verse says, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire oblations in the homa or yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you. Let all actions of the pleasure of mine become part of your worship. Blessings for both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest by the grace of Devi Parashakti.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And when we make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, where each coin is inscribed with the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti describing her Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the very divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself, we are also blessed to manifest and awaken these very same divine qualities in us. So you can make this offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. And you can register for these offerings on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas.
The next offering that we have for Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. The reference from the Devi Suktam says, "Let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by the Devendra, who is praised by the Devas, troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to her soul's all, who is the source of all good in the world, let that goddess destroy all obstacles." Blessings for protection from all dangers and fears. Connecting to Devi Parashakti and experiencing the deep feeling connection with her by offering the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, to receive the blessings for protection from all dangers and fears.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa. This is the gold lotus flower offering to Devi Parashakti. And in this verse, in this prayer to Devi, it is described that Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity, Devi who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos, I bow to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. And Devi is the one who is the embodiment of Saraswati and Mahalakshmi and Mahagauri. Devi Parashakti blesses us for attracting positive relationships in personal and business dimensions. So you can make this offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa as your expression of love and devotion to Devi Parashakti. You can register on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas.
The next offering we have for Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Meti, the offering of the golden touring. And the reference from the Saundarya Lahari says, Lord Brahma, the creator of yours, selects the dust from your feet and creates this world. The great Adisesha with his 1,000 heads somehow carries the dust of your feet with great effort. And the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nicely and uses it as a holy ash. So you offer the Swarna Meti, the golden touring, to manifest the leadership qualities in us, and just offering our devotion and the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, and even a tiny grain of dust from her feet. You can, by offering the worship to Devi Parashakti, achieve by even if you just worship the tiny grain of dust from your feet, you get great benefits. So Meti is a golden touring to worship. By adorning the feet of Devi Parashakti, you can offer the Swarna Meti, the golden touring.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mang Tika, which is the gold hairline jewelry adorning the Sahasrara Chakra, the crown center of Devi Parashakti. And Devi is described in the Lalita Sahasranama as Sudha Sarabhivarshini, she who makes a nectar flow from the Sahasrara Chakra, which permeates through all our 72,000 nadis and the Agna Chakra, and gives us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. So you can make this offering and be showered with the blessings for an enlightened lifestyle. You can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas.
The next offering we have to Devi Parashakti and to the Supreme Court of Hinduism is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. The reference from the Guru Ashtakam says, Yasho Megatam Dikshu Dana Pratapa Jagat Vastu Sarvam Kare Yat Prasadat Manaschena Lagnam Gururam Vipatme Tatakim 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 Tatakim. My repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as reward for my virtues. Yet if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? A beautiful verse. It's actually 8 verses called Guru Ashtakam. Delivered and gifted to the world by the great incarnation Bhagavan Adi Shankaracharya. And he says, if your mind is not fixed on the lotus feet of the Guru, what is the use? You may have all the best things in the world, all the best relatives, all the best wealth, all the best name and fame, all the best virtues even. But if your mind is not fixed on the lotus feet of the Guru, what is the use? What is the use? So the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is an offering of gratitude. Gratitude, just remembering Swamiji and offering of gratitude at the divine lotus feet. And as we are approaching, we have already started. Yesterday we had the Purvanga Puja of the Nithyananda, which has already started. It's a celebration time in Kailasa for the next 21 days of total celebration. It's called Nithyananda, the Utsava, which is the celebration of eternal bliss. As we all celebrate the very happening of the avatar, the very happening of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the very happening of the avatar. We are all celebrating for the next 21 days, every Hindu and every human being. All you need to do is just celebrate the presence of the avatar, because the avatar is there to take us all out of the Maya and lead us all into liberation, remove all our sufferings and bestow us with ultimate joy, bliss, costless joy. And as we are celebrating the 45th Avatar Day, the Swamiji is completing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, completing his 44 years as an avatar and embarking on this journey, the divine mission, into the 45th year. And we are all celebrating, all Hindus all over the world and all Kailasians all over the world. We are celebrating the 45th Avatar Dinotsava. And the 45th Avatar Days, as I said, is celebrated as a 21-day festival. And the main day is going to be the 28th of December, which is the day, as per the Vedic calendar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism assumed and descended into a human body. The very word avatar comes from the word, Sanskrit word avatarati, the one who descends. So the superconsciousness, Paramashiva, descending, the very happening of the descent into the human body as Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is what we consider, is what we celebrate as the Avatar Day, the Jayanti celebrations or the Avatar Day celebrations. So it's happening on the 28th of December, the main day. And on that day, we are going to be having the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. We are having the Tulabharam offerings and various other offerings that we have. And we invite each and every one of you to participate in all these offerings, and especially the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is something not to be missed at all. And just remembering the clicks, how our lives have been transformed after Swamiji happened in our lives, after the Guru happened in our lives. Just remembering those clicks, remembering the transformation that we have experienced, and connecting with Swamiji in the space of deep gratitude, love, and devotion, and just surrendering. Just 2 days back, we had the Vishwarupa Darshan, the Parandama Vishwarupa Darshan. And we have been blessed this year with so many Bhava Samadhi Darshans, Devi Parashakti, Bhagavan Sundareshwara, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, Lord Bhagavan Surya, and so many Bhagavan Venkateshwara, Bhagavan Kalabhairava, Bhagavan Subramanya, Muruga, Bhagavan Ganesha, every deity we have been blessed. All the Shanmatas we have been blessed this year with the Bhava Samadhi Darshans. So we have literally seen all the divine energies and the divine manifestations happening through the Nijavatar of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have seen the whole Kailasa family. And now comes the very happening of the avatar, celebrating the happening of the avatar. And it is due to Swamiji's relentless hard work and effort. Today we have a representation of the Hindu nation at the United Nations level. Swamiji has taken the Hindu nation, Kailasa, to an extent where today we are presenting amongst all the other countries that are out there, presenting and standing up for the Hindu rights, standing up and voicing out the persecution that we have been forced to undergo, and were never told to be, never allowed to even be told. Swamiji has taken that step, a very bold step, to go ahead and present the Hindu Holocaust at the United Nations, and even offering solutions to the world, to the global issues that the world is facing today, including the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. KAILASA has offered a multilateralism solution, and it's been published by the United Nations. So one side is the revival of the Hindu nation. The other side is bringing our attention to the Hindu Holocaust. On the other side, just blessing humanity with a superconscious breakthrough. And on the other side, being continuously available for each and every one of us, giving us so many darshans and blessings and connecting with each and every one of us individually, one person at a time, one person at a time. Swamiji is connected to millions of us. Every one of us, if we talk to any one of the devotees or disciples, each of them will have their own journey and their own moments with the avatar. And Swamiji, how Swamiji has attended to each and every one of us individually. So just remembering all of that, just having an avatar in our life being the biggest blessing, and connecting with the Supreme Pontiff and offering that gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. And on the 28th of December, the Avatar Day celebration. So, Amritama, would you like to share anything about the Pratyaksha Pada Puja?
Yes, ma'am. This is one of the most favorite, cherished offerings of every disciple. And every time we offer this, even this sentiment of always offering something to Guru when we receive the darshan of the Guru, when we receive the darshan of the divine, it is such a sacred sentiment, and we are so blessed in the Hindu tradition to grow up with this sentiment, I feel. And this tradition of offering, it is not, many times we think it is similar to charity, but for me, I feel there is a huge difference between making a charity and an offering. An offering is just whatever we feel as the best that we want to. It is more like a gift that we give to a dear, somebody very close to us, somebody very dear to us. When we give a gift, we are not thinking it as a contribution or charity. It is a gift of love and devotion, and we just make that as an offering to the divine. And even when we make that offering, what we receive in return, it is more like we just go with whatever best we have. It could be something very small, just fruits, flowers. We go take a bowl and empty it at the feet of the divine, and the divine just showers that same bowl with gems and diamonds. It's something literally like that. The divine, what the divine showers on us is incomparable to what we just drop as an offering and receive the best of the best. It is, I think, like Swamiji has shared a verse from Ramana Maharshi. Maybe you might be able to share that, where Ramana Maharshi sings that I got you in return. Who's the
Yes, I gave you and you gave me. Who's the better negotiator? It's from the Akshara Manamalai. The 108 verses Ramana Maharshi sings on Arunachala. And it's basically an expression of his romance with Arunachala. And he says, Tandadi endane kondadu undane. I gave me, you gave you. Chadurar yaro Arunachala. Who is the better negotiator? Who's smarter in this deal? I gave me, you gave you. So that's precisely what it is, with Swamiji. Absolutely.
So yes, that's what I was feeling with Pratyaksha Pada Puja. When we just sit in that space and we are just emptied. Just by sitting in the space, we just become an empty channel, and then he just showers upon us. So that is one experience that every disciple has to experience for themselves, and such a beautiful experience. Even to have this opportunity to make this offering on the day of the advent of the avatar, on the Jayanti day. So this is one offering that every disciple should experience.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely, a very sacred offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So beautifully shared, Mamuttama. And the next offering we will share with you also is very related to Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering. And all these offerings are, possible for you to offer on the 28th of December, which is one of the grandest days and the days which every disciple not to miss on offering something for Swamiji's Jayanti, the Avatar Day celebrations. Yes.
So yes, the next offering is the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth to Guru. And this is traditionally offered along with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So you can register for the Vastra Seva and offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva. So a sacred cloth will be offered to Swamiji during the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and you can register for this offering on the website also, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the Vastra Seva bestows one with the sweetest path to enlightenment and complete protection. So you can register for this offering and offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and Vastra Seva on the day of the Avatar Jayanti.
So what are the various offerings that we have and we can offer to Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? The E-Hundi offering, the Sankalpa offering, the conscious resolution, the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, the gold coin offering, the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the golden the lotus, and the Swarna Metti, the golden toe ring, Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji, and the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the cloth offering. And all these offerings you can make by just visiting one site, which is www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. We'll now be taking you through a walkthrough of the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
Yes, so here we have the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And as we scroll down, we have all the links for all the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So you can click on the links on step 2 to make your e-hundi offerings or the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas. And if you'd like to make an intention to make an offering and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality, you can fill out the form on step 1. And once you've made your traditional offerings, you can also fill out the Sankalpa details, which is the details of your name and the names of your family members to be chanted during the puja and rituals to Devi Parashakti. You can fill out these details on step 3. So with the e-hundi offerings, you can make the offerings in multiple currencies and any amount of your choice. So you can make the offering in US dollars, Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, Canadian dollars, euros, Indian rupees, Singaporean dollar, Malaysian ringgit, Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any amount of your choice. And the traditional ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti, you can also register for these offerings on the website. You can register for the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can register in 3 different denominations and any number of coins. The Mukta Anguti is the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, which you can offer in any of 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa is the gold lotus flower, which can be offered in 3 different sizes also. The Swarna Metti is the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mangtika is the gold hairline jewelry which adorns which represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva, the traditional offerings of Seva to Guru. And any of the traditional offerings of ornaments or Sevas to Devi Parashakti, you can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
Yes, and after you go ahead and make the payment and go through the website for the offering, the final step you will, as we just shared, you will fill the step 3, which is the Sankalpa details, where you will say that you have just made the offering for this particular seva, and you will enter the names of your family members whom you want to be chanted and benefited by the puja offering, and you will also mention any blessings that you want from Swamiji for your offering. So you can do that, and the same website, if you just scroll down, you will see the Maheshwara Puja. So if you would like to register for the Maheshwara Puja also, it is the same website. You will see the steps mentioned here for step 1, step 2, and step 3. You can just scroll down and show the Maheshwara Puja offering, and how you can register for the Maheshwara Puja through the same site, www.kailasamela.com/sevas. And here you see in the upcoming Sevas section, you see the Maheshwara Puja. And the Maheshwara Puja is 4 steps. The first 3 steps are the same. The 4th step is where you will have to upload the pictures. You will have to upload your picture as a participant and upload the pictures of the departed souls as well. So that's the one extra step for the Maheshwara Puja. And so you can go ahead and offer the Maheshwara Puja as well, because that's coming up in just a couple of days. So if you have missed offering earlier, or if you would like to offer during the Jayanti time, during the Nithyananda Utsavam time, you can offer the Maheshwara Puja as well. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this program, and the upcoming events. What are the things that you need to watch out for? On the 20th of December, we have the Nataraja Bhava Samadhi Darshan on the auspicious occasion of Arudra, the beginning of the day for the Devas. So 1 day for the Devas is 1 year maps to 1 year in the planet Earth. So the Devas are in the Swarga Loka. We are in the Bhuloka. So there are 7 more lokas above the Bhuloka: Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Jana, Tapa, Maha, and Satyaloka. Like that. So Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, that Suva Loka is the Swarga Loka, which is 2 lokas, 2 time zones, like 1 and 1 above. So in the vertical time zones, 1 year of planet Earth maps to 1 day in the Swarga Loka. So the Devas, in 1 day of the Swarga Loka of the Devas, the abode of the gods, they do 6 abhishekams to Paramashivoham. So that 6 abhishekams that happen in 1 day in the vertical time zone of Devaloka maps to 6 abhishekams that we do in the whole year. So actually, if you see in the Chidambaram temple in South India, the offerings, the abhishekam doesn't happen 6 times a day. It happens 6 times a year, because the temple is run as per the Devas calendar. So the first abhishekam of the day is the Arudra, the one that's coming in December in the Margari month, and Arudra Nakshatra coming on the 20th of December. So Swamiji is going to be blessing us all as Bhagavan Nataraja, the Lord of the cosmic dance. Even if you remember Nataraja, you have a beautiful smile on your face. So just watching the darshan of Nataraja, Swamiji is blessing us all. So that's on the 20th. And then on the 25th, we have a global Kalpatru program where Swamiji will be blessing, giving the darshan and manifesting whatever reality you want to cause for you. The Kalpatru is a very well-known program offered by KAILASA. It's called Manifesting Your Desire. So whatever desire you want, manifesting that desire into reality is all the Kalpatru program is about. And Swamiji is going to be giving a special darshan, blessing all the Kalpatru participants. And then on the 28th of December, we have the grand Avatar Day celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, then you can offer the Tulabharam. If you go to the Nithyananda Utsava, if you click on the KailasaMela.com/sevas, you will see the Nithyananda Utsava, and if you click on that, you will see the various ways. Here you see KailasaMela.com/sevas, Nithyananda Utsavam, and if you click on that, it takes you to the page where you can see the various offerings that we have for the Jayanti day, the Tulabharam offering and the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Both these offerings are happening on the 28th of December. So please go ahead and register if you would like to come and join us in the grand celebrations of the Nithyananda Utsava and the Avatar Day. So we invite each and every one of you to come and join us for these grand celebrations and make the Tulabharam offering, make the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering, and enjoy and experience a deep feeling connection and a deep devotion, love and surrender in the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji, who is blessing us all and taking care of each and every one of us. So now we will be concluding this segment, And the next segment is offering of the live satsang. We'll be playing a satsang delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Every satsang feels like a live satsang. So we will be playing one of the satsangs delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism right after this segment. So we will now be concluding this segment with the Purna Mantra, and let's stay tuned to watch the satsang delivered by the Supreme Pontiff.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.